plastic bags at any size store that sells groceries. Paper bags will cost you 10 cents.
What bag are you going to use today?
Today, all of Santa Barbara's markets get off plastic, so it calls for a special kind of bag.
Really? No more plastic. I just paid 10 cents a piece for these paper bags.
Yeah.
Here, have one of mine.
Bring your own bag. It's smooth.
grab your coat, grab your hat, leave your worries on the doorstep. Just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street.
Can't you hear that pitter-pat? And that happy tune is your step. Life can be so sweet on the sunny side of the street.
I used to walk in the shade with those blues on parade.
But he's not afraid. This rover crossed over.
And if I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller,
with gold dust at his feet on the sunny side of the street. With all those blues on parade.
But I'm not afraid.
This rover crossed over.
And if I never have a cent, I'll be rich as Rockefeller.
The gold dust at his feet on the sunny side,
on the sunny side,
sunny side of the street.
I found my love in Avalon, beside the bay. I left my love in Avalon and sailed away. I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn, and so I think I'll travel on to Avalon. My love in Avalon, beside the bay. I left my love in Avalon and sailed away. I dream of her and Avalon from dusk till dawn, and so I think I'll travel on to Avalon.
All I want is a room somewhere far away from the cold night air, with one enormous chair. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Lots of chocolate for me to eat, lots of coal making lots of heat. Warm face, warm hands, warm feet. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Oh, so lovely, sitting absolutely still. I would never budge till spring crept over the windowsill. Someone's head resting on my knee, warm and tender as he can be, who takes good care of me. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely? Lovely, sitting absolutely still. I would never budge till spring crept over the windowsill, with someone's head resting on my knee, warm and tender as he can be, who takes good care of me. Oh, wouldn't it be lovely, 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 lovely.
I'm in heaven when I see you smile, smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can't see you, Diane. You have lighted the road leading home. Pray for me when you can. But no matter wherever I roam, smile for me, my Diane. I'm in heaven when I see you smile, smile for me, my Diane. And though everything's dark all the while, I can see you, Diane. You have lighted the road leading home. Oh, pray for me when you can. But no matter.
All right. Assuming it's working, the chair shall call to order the November 3rd meeting of the Single Family Design Board. If there's anyone wishing to address the board on an item not on today's agenda, they may come forward now. Seeing no one coming forward, chair shall close public comment and go to approval of minutes of the Review Board meeting of October 20th, 2014. Do I have a motion for approval? Do I have a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, I have first and second, and let's go through those.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I do want to point out that the last meeting, we did not get a second on item number 5. This is 1225 Manitou Lane. And I
Okay.
was wondering if perhaps we can get one for the record at this
Okay.
point.
Item 5 needs a second. Okay. Let's look at 511 Rosian Way. Any comments, changes, additions? Item 2, 1117 Los Alturas Road, changes or additions? Item 3, 30 Camino Alto, changes or additions? Item 4, 1517 Shoreline Drive. Item 5, Mr. Ng is indicating that we need a second. Did we have, who made the first?
Board
Amy,
Member Pierce.
You moved for the motion. Do I have a second? to that
I'll
motion?
second.
Okay, so that's Bernie. Okay. All in favor, do we need to vote on that? I guess we do.
I guess we should.
Yes. So all in favor of that change, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions,
I abstain, I was not
one
here.
abstention. So 3-1, or three in favor and one abstention. That'll correct the minutes. Item 6, 2405 State Street. Item 7, 456 Conejo Road. Any further comments? Hearing none, Chair shall call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, so carried. Let us go to consent agenda of October 27. Mr. Ng, can you? Oh,
Thank you,
let's
Mr.
look-
Chair. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead and then we'll take a vote or get a motion. Go ahead.
okay. The consent calendar minutes were October 27th, or as follows. Item A, 296 Schulte Lane. This project was postponed indefinitely at the applicant's request. Item B, 1118 Farello Road. This project received project design approval with the NPO findings and was continued indefinitely to consent. Item C, 3443 Sea Ledge Lane. This project was continued indefinitely to the Community Development Director and Staff Hearing Officer to return to consent if necessary with the following comments as noted. And lastly, item D, 1444 Jesucita Lane. This project received project design approval with the NPO findings and final approval. Items A through D were reviewed by board members Pierce and Sweeney.
Okay, do I have a motion for approval? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Under discussion, Mr. Ng, on item C, 3443 Sea Ledge Lane, it says we'll return to consent calendar if necessary, and I understand why that is, but could you make a note that I think we'd like to see, even if it doesn't return, what the
final outcome or
yes, the
decision.
outcome of the staff hearing officer.
Okay, I will note that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments, corrections? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Let's go to consent calendar for this morning, November 3rd. Mr. Ng.
Consent calendar minutes for today, November 3rd. Item A, 1117 Los Alturas Road. This project received final approval as submitted with comment as noted. Item B, 325 El Monte Drive. This project received project design approval with the NPO findings and was continued indefinitely to consent with comments as noted.
Okay. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Do we have any further comments, questions?
Oh, I just want to finish up.
Yes.
Item A was reviewed by Board Member Sweeney, and item B was reviewed by Board Members Pierce and Sweeney.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Announcements. Mr. Ing, any announcements?
The only announcements I have are that board members Zimmerman and James will be absent from today's meeting. Board member Miller will be arriving later this afternoon.
Okay. We do have a subcommittee somewhat. We have to reorganize, but I think we can wait until we get a little fuller group of board members before we need to do that. So we'll let that ride to the next meeting. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Then let us go to our first item, 6 Chase Drive, please.
You want me to sit, well, it's a new item, so I guess you read that.
What's that?
It's a new item.
This is a new item. Yes. Oh, and you're right. I have to read everything. Sorry. This is a proposal to demolish an existing 60-square-foot storage shed, convert the existing 431-square-foot garage into a habitable space, and construct a new 490-square-foot two-car garage and 263-square-foot of new living space at an existing 1,915-square-foot single-family residence. The project includes a renovation and reconfiguration of the existing bedrooms and bathrooms and replacement of windows at the living room, bedroom, and existing garage areas. A window is to be relocated and another enlarged, both at the east elevation. A new parking turnaround area on permeable pavers is proposed. The project also includes stone steps from the street to the residence. The proposed total of 2,630 square feet on a 14,107 square foot lot in the Hillside Design District is 62% of the required maximum floor to lot area ratio. This is here for a concept review. Action may be taken if sufficient information is provided. Hi, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Don Gregg with Santa Barbara Design Build.
Okay, if you could share with us what you're proposing.
So the project at 6 Chase Drive.
Whoops, you need to. There we go.
Oh, that's the one with the color picture, but that's fine. You can use the color.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
So it's easier to see.
Okay.
So if you get the orientation from where the project is, the project from the street on Chase Drive is down here. This would be the ocean side of the.
One of those is back. Push that. Yeah, there we go.
Now we're okay. So we've got the ocean side that faces the ocean. The addition is on the back side that also abuts a hillside that you don't see it too much. So we might want to come back and refer to these. So let's take a look at just where the site plan is. So if we look at the existing site now, this would be the Chase Drive side that faces the ocean. This goes up Nicholas Lane. Then the hillside goes up this way. So the new addition is going to be placed back in this area, not on the side that has the view looking up at it and has most of the visual effects from the street. It's hardly seen from anyone here as well. So the new garage goes here. We take the existing garage and make it livable space, and then we make a turnaround for the driveway, and we've got the stone steps down here. On the ocean side, we've got the existing elevation here that's got some windows and some doors, and the back of the garage would be right here now. So they'd like to make window walls here, or window sliding door walls in these 3 locations here. Take this window and take advantage of the view here, put doors out from the existing master there, and then the new bedroom then would have areas out too. And there is currently there's a patio that runs all the way across the back that kind of interconnects all of those that those will tie into. And so that would be, if you look at the pictures, you've got this patio running across the back, that all those doors that would connect as well. And then again, from the street looking, And then, again, looking at the house from the street, you don't see much of the house, but the addition is on the back side of that even.
Okay. Anything else you need to
I think that's it.
Okay. Okay, before we go to questions of the board and comments, let me open it for public comment. Do we have any public comment? No one here in the audience? Okay, I do have some correspondence. At least 2 pieces of correspondence. Both of them are unsigned, so I have no idea where these people are or where they're
this
from.
one has a name.
No, that's the applicant.
Oh, that's their name. Oh.
It's all the same letter.
It could be, who knows? Anyway, this person has lived in the neighborhood for 25 years. They're opposed to the project. It's feel it's not compatible with the neighborhood. The roof should not be asphalt. The landscaping is constantly being watered. We are in a drought. Most important, the dust noise factor during demolition, issues of asbestos, etc. during construction. I wish to remain anonymous. I'm following this project with a microscope. If you approve this, I want strict guidelines for work. No work started after 8 p.m., 5 p.m., all rubbish moved daily, clean the street daily. And the second one is I live 3 doors down from this renovation. I'm not sure. There's intersecting streets, so I don't know where down is. I'm opposed to this renovation. I do not feel it's architecturally good. As it is, the outside trees look horrible. It will cause construction issues and noise. I do not feel it meets the character of the neighborhood. Things should be left alone. Color of the home should be in character in the neighborhood. This issue of backyard needs to be corrected. There are rocks and erosions occurring. There are rocks and erosion occurring. Not sure where that is. They need to be better control the erosion by putting plants on the hillside. They're constantly watering, or we are in a drought. So, anyway, those are the 2 public comments. Anything else, Mr. Ng?
No.
Okay, thank you. Chair will close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions. Who would like to start? Jamie, questions?
I don't have questions yet.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Is that when the letter was referring to asphalt? That's asphalt
I'm not sure
shingles,
what
right?
they're referring to. Currently, the plan is to match the existing roof as best we can. We're checking to see how close we can match it. It's actually metal roof right now.
The existing is a metal roof?
The existing is a metal roof, and so the goal here is to match the existing.
Okay. Any other questions? Bernie?
Yes, thank you. Can we look at the plans again? I wanted to see the garage is being converted.
You
And
want to see the floor plan? Would that help you?
no, I want to see if the garage is getting any taller or if it's just an interior conversion.
The roof of the garage, I don't believe is getting.
Is it this one? Is this existing or is this new?
Here's existing.
This is the new elevation. Here's the garage, Bernie. This is all new.
This is all new.
The garage is being added to the house.
Yeah, we're adding
Oh, you're adding a new garage,
Correct.
okay. And it is taller, but it's mostly toward the back.
Yeah, it's actually lower. It's lower than the existing.
Roof, top of roof that you see from the street.
Uh-huh.
This you can kind of see from the street, but its roof ridge is a few inches lower than that.
Right,
I don't think you
bigger than
can
what
see
it
it
is
from the
now.
street, but
Okay.
it is lower, and
Okay.
we kept it as low as we possibly could. Was the goal?
Then my other question, so right now it looks like there's a sort of French door window type thing, and you're changing that? You're changing the design of all that?
Just the windows. The owners would like to really take advantage. It does have a beautiful view up there, and they would like to do, and so I brought this a picture of kind of what they would like to do with the windows in there.
The whole back of the house?
Correct.
Which
faces the street.
It faces the street.
Faces out. Have you been to this site?
No, I have not.
You probably need to go to the site.
Yeah.
But the way that if you're standing on the street looking up, you'll see part of the top of the window, but not a lot of the window because of the way that the grade is.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
No questions.
No questions. I think the description indicates a stairs Where, can you go over that?
Right now, it's a very steep driveway. And so if you look at the existing, you've got this, and that's why I'm saying you don't really see the garage back here because it's so steep coming up the hillside. So she wants to have some steps with so it's easier for guests to come up from the street when they visit the house.
Okay, and then this little parking area turnaround?
Correct. That's because when we come out here, you can't come out and go this way, so she wants to be able to come.
I understand that, but have you had this reviewed by traffic and public?
I have not yet, but it is permeable, but I know that's not what you're discussing.
No, the geometry of the turnaround.
I don't think it's required. You can back out of the driveway according to traffic, but the owner would like to have that. They think it would be easier to do so they could face down the street. And I agree with them.
Okay, and then this is here at the early stage, so are you looking to change any of the colors of the house?
No, we want to keep the house as almost exactly as it is and match the existing.
So right now it's kind of a yellow stucco?
Correct.
White trim? Okay, and the windows you talked about. Okay. Any other questions? Let's go to comments. This is here for any action we wish to take.
Well, I mean, the FAR is quite low. It doesn't appear to me that it's a big deal that a garage, that they expand a bit. As far as all the glass and the reflection, I'm not sure about that on the front.
Okay. Tony?
So this is a single-story addition.
Yes.
So why is it even here?
It's in the Hillside Design District.
So it's just here because of that. Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Well, it is a modest addition. I don't have any problem with that, but I do have a bit of a problem with this change in style on the doors.
Okay.
It's so ultra-modern and the home is just not.
Okay.
And you already have the windows that have the lights in them, and it just seems really inconsistent to go with those real modern glass doors to me. That's my only real comment about it. Otherwise, I think it's fine. I just wondered, too, if you're going to need a retaining wall at the bottom end of that turnaround. Is that pretty flat right there?
There is a flat area. That's why it's kind of the size that
I
it
see.
is, so we can kind of work with the lot itself.
Just looking at that.
On that. And, on the windows, that's a request by the owner, and obviously that's something if you want to make some comments back. But, the thought on this was to keep it a modest and do an extra garage instead of doing this typical second-story addition.
Right.
Because the views are so good there. So
well, it is going to be a really big difference to the street with opening all that up like that with just, glass, a lot of glass.
Okay.
So that's.
And I would ask you to refer to this picture, because this is from the street, and that's all you see of the house.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, that's it.
Okay. I'm going to follow up on that. The reason we review this project is in the Hillside Design District. And the reason they have a Hillside Design District is because we can see, I'm looking out our window here, we can see these homes from all over the city or from various places through the city. So that's why they have a Hillside Design District. So it's not just what you can see from the bottom of the street. We have to think about what this house looks like from down here. So I, too, am very concerned about this notion of all that glass and this style of architecture. It's incongruent to what the house is. And I think that my ongoing problem with this particular neighborhood and this particular street is we have all of these homes, and if I stood outside this meeting room about 20 paces and looked up, is we have to look at all these houses. And all that window and the reflection, I'm just not convinced that that's appropriate for this house. I was out there at the site yesterday and just happened to run into the owner. I understand her motivation for doing this, and I have no problem with the relocation of the garage and the addition and the size. I think that's certainly commendable. But I don't believe that the window treatment is appropriate. I think you need to really restudy it and rethink it. I think that you really need to rethink the roofing material. The roofing material is well worn at this point, and if you try to match it, you're probably never going to get there because that existing roof has been pretty well beat up. So I think you really need to study the roof coloring and come back to us with some way to demonstrate that if you're not going to replace the whole roof, how are you going to make this work? Because I don't think, and people have to look down on this house. With regards to the anonymous comments, it is a little disconcerting, and you don't show it in these photographs, but if you stand right there and you look up this hillside, yes, there is a whole lot of what appears to me, and I haven't been up there in the rain, some hillside that's part of this property that's not being had attention to it in terms of wash down and erosion and so forth. I think that the issue of overwatering is observed by the neighbors. I think your owner needs to kind of share with us what's going on there.
Okay.
I'm not going to call the neighbors on it, but I'm not out there watching, and I see this below hillside that quite frankly is not very attractive. But obviously the owner has a budget, and I don't know that we're going to be in a position to force the owner to re-landscape the whole bottom of that hill. But I think that needs some explanation. And another thing that needs explanation is you've obviously got some very hostile neighbors here. Have you taken any opportunity to speak to any of the immediate adjacent neighbors?
Other than the notices and trying to walk through there, I have not. So
I think you need to do that. And,
Okay.
and the reason I'm sharing that with you is that this goes through a formal process, and I suspect these folks are watching on television right now. And if we make a decision to approve any or all or a portion of this project the way it's been presented, they may choose to proceed to call us on that and appeal it to the City Council. And that's probably not something your owner wants to have to go through. So I think what we've found over a period of time is if the owner really makes an effort to go out and talk to the neighbors, and even the person that's supposedly 3 houses down, that hopefully you can come to some amicable understanding. With regards to construction noise and dust and so forth, staff has told us that we do have that capability to request that from the building department when we make our final decision on this project. So that is an area that we would be looking at, particularly if the neighbors are concerned about that. So you might do a little homework on that ahead of time so that when you come back, we kind of have some understanding that you understand what's going on. In talking to the owner yesterday, I was under the impression that all the windows in the house are going to get replaced, some like for like.
Yes.
So we need to be clear on what those windows are, what they look like.
Okay.
Are they going to have divided lights? And if they are, they probably should be true divided lights. I know that's an energy efficient issue that you'll need to look at as you go through that. If you're going to replace or reuse the shutters that are there, I think that we need to look at where those are and where they're going to be.
Okay.
If you choose to retain that style of architecture, which I think has to do with the boards, from several of us, our level of comfort about this massive amount of glass sliding doors. So I think those are my major concerns. We certainly want to see the color. That stucco that's on there now may have been an integral color or may have been painted over time. It could have been faded. So anything you do to the new color, we need to figure out, is that really going to work, or are you going to have to paint the whole house in order to get things matched? That would be my concern, because this has a southerly exposure, and that color is probably faded over time. So attaching something new to it is going to be problematic. I think some of us, although we haven't stated it yet, but I know that's generally a subject that we're always concerned about, is what is the garage door? What does it look like? Who makes it? Bringing back to us a catalog cut if you're going to purchase this versus custom made or whatever it may be. The other thing that we're going to want to look at is lighting, and particularly on the street side or the ocean side, what kind of lighting you're thinking about. That'll be pretty important. And then if you're, I'm suspecting, and I didn't see it, you're not proposing any changes to the front yard or patio, this area out here.
That is correct.
So I think we need to kind of see those things. But I would suggest the first thing you probably need to do is get out and meet with these neighbors, because the next time you appear, you may have a room full of folks in here that aren't happy, and that makes our job and your owner a little more difficult. Okay, so it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing from the board, that this is probably an item that we want to make a motion on for just comments and have the applicant return before we make any decision on project design approval.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
If it's appropriate now?
Yes.
On the roof color,
Yes.
or on the roof, am I getting from you that the color of the roof as it is now is not a great color? You'd like to see something?
No, I'm just saying that the color of the roof now has been faded, It's been dealt with over time, and you're going to go out and try to match something.
So one's going to be 20 years old and one's going to be...
Exactly,
yeah. Okay.
so you probably need to kind of look at it. If it were a Spanish tile roof, you can kind of integrate that with new tile and old tile and so forth, but this is probably a little more different challenge.
Okay.
So I think you'd want to see how that's really going to work. Okay? So Chair would entertain a motion.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to continue the project to the full board with the following comments. To consider re-roofing the entire home in order to better match the roof. Meet with the neighbors to tell them your intent and give them a better idea of what you're planning. Bring in samples, cut sheets of the materials that you are choosing. Study in an effort to make the style of architecture more congruent to what you're trying to do, and consider the erosion issues around the site.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second. Under discussion, did I hear anything about the glazing, the glass doors?
Okay. Consider reducing the glazing on the south side of the house.
And the style of it being...
I did do the style to be more
the
congruent.
style of architecture.
Need to add the word windows.
Yeah, windows.
To the windows. Okay. Yes, so that it fits the style of the existing architecture that the windows do.
I do have one other comment. I don't know that this needs to go in the motion. In talking with the owner yesterday while we were standing in the driveway, she was indicating that she realized you as the designer had proposed a step down to the lower area, to the sidewalk. As we were standing there, she said, well, what if I put it down on the left side of the driveway, down to the mailbox? Let's see, right now you've got one here. Her mailbox is right there, so you might want to chat with her
and see
which one is going to work better.
I appreciate that.
And I think when you do come back, kind of share with us what that steps, either there or here, wherever it is, what it's going to be made of, what the materials are. I think that goes along with the motion on the floor, which is basically bring us ideas of what the materials are.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be a boulder and not flagstone, but I can certainly do that. Not that.
Right. Is there other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Amber, do you mind reading us back the thing we just added? I want it to be stated strongly enough about the windows, and how did that come out with the phrasing?
Okay, so we're continuing with that sentence to the full board. Did you want me to read
Just the last couple of.
I have consider reducing the glazing to the windows on the south side, in addition to studying the style congruent to the architecture.
So glazing, does glazing mean changing?
Glazing is the amount of window glazing.
So is that say what we?
Yeah, just to keep it keep it congruent with the style of architecture. I think that's the most important thing, and to perhaps even look at reducing the amount of glazing.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear on that one.
Okay.
We can reduce it. There's also some other styles that you can use to accomplish the same thing that look
good. Yeah, great.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? Any further comments? Any further discussion? Chair will call for the vote.
Can I ask one more question before you do? Do you basically support the garage and the size and the configuration of the rest of it? Can that go in there or not?
Oh, well.
We don't have that in the motion. That's probably fairly important. Would the maker of the motion consider confirming that the general addition is acceptable?
Sure. The general addition is acceptable.
Okay, is that okay with the seconder of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, everybody clear on that? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay, we'll see you back when you need to come back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Okay. All right, let's go to 523 Conejo Road. Okay. Project design approval is requested. The project must comply with the staff hearing officer resolution of number 050-14. Project was last reviewed on May 19th, 2014. Do we have a action?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Comments? Ms.
Yes.
Woolery.
Okay. Our motion, it was continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. Study the east elevation in relation to the garage for continued development. Provide a color palette. Provide details for and the location of the lighting fixtures. Study the bridge across the project for approval from the city and clarify its location. The board finds the modifications aesthetically appropriate and does not pose consistency issues with the design guidelines. Action Miller Woolery 600, motion carried.
Okay. Yeah. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes.
Either one.
Hello, my name is Ali Jivanji. I am the architect with LOC Architects of this project.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. If you could share with us how you addressed some of our concerns from last time.
Be happy to. Could you read the list again one more time?
Okay. It says study the east elevation in relationship to the garage for.
Okay, so we'll start with that one. So, if you recall from our previous presentation, the garage extended up to 125 feet as a single volume with a living room in it. And based on your comments and our feedback from the staff hearing officer, we set this living room back about 5 feet, created an outdoor terrace area at the front, and broke up the massing of it to be more considerate of the street elevation. So this has radically changed since our last presentation.
Okay.
What was the next one?
Provide a color palette.
The color palette is, we've got materials board in. What we are proposing is.
Okay, I need you to talk into there because this is being recorded. So just lay it up and take it. It'll be fine. Okay.
So we brought the materials board that you see here in. The materials palette is white stucco, aluminum windows, and we're proposing a gravel roof.
Okay. Provide details for and the location of lighting fixtures.
So we have shown the exterior lighting fixtures on the plans. One more page. So these are the details of the lighting fixtures. We have three types. We have a deck light to light staircases and outdoor walking areas. We have a wall sconce to light outdoor and general areas. And we have a recessed LED strip to provide architectural accent lighting. So we can see at the garage level plan, thank you very much. The garage level, which is the street level plan, we are showing the deck lights along the south face of the garage, providing lighting for the entry area and staircase going up to the to the level patio at the top, with wall sconce on the front face of the garage to provide area lighting for the street. As we come up to the main floor, the first floor, you see we have deck lights on the front balcony on the east face of the building, and we have recessed LED strip lights underneath the house to illuminate the landscaping and provide architectural accent lighting. And that is the sum of the exterior lighting visible from the street.
Okay. And then you had study the bridge along the project for approval from city and clarify its location.
The bridge has been eliminated from the project.
Okay. The board finds a modification's aesthetic approval does not pose consistency issues. Okay. Anything else you need to share with us?
I would like to say that the staff hearing officer also approved this, but had similar concerns as your board about the east elevation, and we have been working with both your board and the staff hearing officer to create what is in our opinion a sensitive and architecturally appropriate home for this area.
Okay. Thank you. Any other things you need to? Okay. The chair, before we go to questions and comments from the board, is there anyone from the public wishing to address this project? Do we have any speaker slips? No?
No speaker slips. I do want to point out that we do have staff here if there are any questions regarding the modification element of the project.
Okay. Remind me again, the modification, just so we're all clear, was for?
The modifications were, and you guys have the approval sheet.
Do you have it shown on a plan, site plan somewhere?
The modifications are for reduced front yard setback. The required 35 feet is about halfway through the building, but the reduced front yard setback is to comply with the footprint of the existing garage, or it corresponds with the footprint of the existing garage. So that's how we argue that that's the logic behind the front setback. We have also requested a reduced interior setback. We are maintaining the required 15 feet on the north side on the first level, on the second level. But at the ground level, we requested 10-foot interior setback. And on the south side, the interior setback has been modified to correspond with that of the existing garage.
Okay.
And the rear setback, which is a secondary front setback, has also been granted a modification as well.
Okay, thank you. And just so everyone's clear, the bridge that we were referring to, there was a bridge that connected this upper parking area off of this part of Caneo to the back of the house has been eliminated.
And I'd like to clarify, this is not intended to be a parking area. This will be landscaped.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hearing no further public comment, let's bring it to the board for questions. Who would like to start? Anybody? Bernie?
Okay, thank you. Can you go back to the front view of the house?
Yes.
Sometimes this, we just see this stuff so quickly, it's hard to take it all in.
Understood.
So is there still a 1,000 square foot uncovered patio? And if so, which one of those is it, or is both of them together?
No, that is right. That is this interior courtyard, which is behind that, which is not visible from the street.
Okay. And are these cable railings, or what are those?
That is an open railing that has not been designed yet. We visualize it as metal pipe, is our imagination here. And the reason we're showing that is part of our discussion with the staff hearing officer was to reduce the height of the various elements. So we reduced the height of this volume 1 foot, as well as this one 1 foot. And reducing this one required the use of the pipe railing.
So we're still on questions, so I'm just going to ask you. So this is the street right here.
Correct.
So the house is like almost sitting right on top of the garage is right on the street.
Right. Correct.
And then are you going to be at some point doing some landscaping once we move this along? Or?
Correct. And one of the additional sheets we brought today is a preliminary landscape plan. And it is our intention to landscape this area.
Do you guys want to see that yet? I mean, isn't that sort of helpful?
Let's wait till the comments, but if you've got something we can show.
Do I have any more questions? Did you bring any more photographs of other houses, like what's over here, or how close they are to the street, that sort of thing?
We did that last time.
Okay, good. That would be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jamie, questions?
Yeah, I just have a question. On the second floor, when you pushed it back, did you have a deck above the garage before? Or was the second floor right above the garage?
Correct. The second floor was flush with the front of the garage. And we brought it back, and that was, in addition to your comments in the previous round, that was a specific request of the SHO, the staff hearing officer, to bring that volume back. And in our hearing, we asked the staff hearing officer specifically if we could use that. They would consider allowing us to use the top of the garage as a deck in that circumstance, and they said yes. And so we felt like that was a good use of that space.
And how big is that? I mean, I could look, but
that's fine. I'll look. I believe it's about 5 feet by 20 feet. Let's say.
Okay.
Let's say 100 square feet.
Yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? Denise, questions? No. I'd just like some clarification on. Let's go to your elevations.
Okay.
On this set of stairs here is
that one right there.
That there. So where are those lights, and which one of those three is the lights that are going up?
Okay, so there's. I'm sorry that those were not drawn in elevation. There would be a series of lights about a foot above the stairs here.
Are they match one of those three? Or are they inset?
They are surface mounted. So they would be that one. That one right there, correct.
Okay. All right, and then you said this strip light was only over one set of windows?
The idea with the strip light is it's actually right here because
Oh,
In
it's
this
under
case,
here.
right, because there's an open cavity here with landscaping in it.
Okay, gotcha.
And it's to highlight that landscaping.
Okay. And then, do we have a landscape plan? Did we already
Yeah,
look at
it's
that?
underneath there.
It's underneath. Can we revisit that for a moment?
Yes, I don't think we've looked at it yet.
So the parking, what I refer to as a parking area now, what's the material up here, roughly?
Yarrow.
So do you,
It's
you know what all that's
yeah.
about?
Yeah, it's Yarrow.
Okay, so, all right. And then the pipe railing, can you go back to your elevation?
Yes. So that is the pipe railing as we're showing it there.
Okay.
And because we wanted to reduce the overall building mass,
Right.
to satisfy.
So your top of deck is right here.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
So if I were to put, this is what scale, quarter inch? So if I were to put a 6-foot person in that drawing, the top of 6-foot person is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Erase that if you'd like. But I just
There
want,
are your drawings.
well, I want people to understand what the scale is here.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, that's my questions. Let's go to comments.
I just have one more
sure,
quick
go ahead.
question, which is, can you show again, you said it's aluminum, you're proposing windows, these big ones, are there? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to comments. Denise, comments.
Yeah, I like the changes that you made. I think those are significant, and I found the bridge a little troublesome, so I'm glad that's gone too. On your landscape plan, though, I find it to be incredibly minimal, and the Mexican feathergrass is on our list of invasive plants right now, so you're going to have to think of something else there. Plus, the way that you've got them on here, they're just sort of thumped here and there, and I mean, if you're going to do that, massing them is a better idea. You know, instead of just one poking up here and one poking up over there. It's I'm afraid it doesn't look very professional.
It is. We apologize. It is a preliminary plan.
Okay.
Trying to show general intent, but
Yeah, it's and that you have just one tree, huh? Just the one tree, and that's it. Okay. Well, I think that could use a lot of improvement, the landscape plan. As for architecturally, though, I find your changes to be quite good, and and I didn't quite notice, though. Let's see, what are you putting in the front there, landscape-wise? Just sort of more of the same of what you had in the back.
It was the Yarrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yarrow.
Yeah, that's just too insignificant, really.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Well,
It's flat as a
we
pancake.
can develop that much further for
Okay.
our final plan.
Okay, that's all my comments for now.
I would like to say that we have made significant changes in response to your comments, and we'd like to say that we think the project is much better for incorporating your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, but let's wait till we're done with comments, okay?
Yeah, I also agree. I really like the way that you stepped that second floor back, and I think it's much more attractive. And actually, in the simulated photo that you have of the landscape, that's an attractive landscape with that kind of building. Because it's a soft approach. So you might consider that in your landscape plan.
Bernie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the changes that you have made. I think, as you say, I think it's going in the right direction. But for me, I think there's a couple of other little things that maybe we could talk about, and I want the board to weigh in on all the aluminum windows, the amount of glass that's going to be facing the front of the street, and the lighting. It's a very modern looking structure, and I don't know, I think there might be a little bit overkill on some of the lighting.
Okay, thank you. Other comments?
Actually, yeah,
Yes,
I
go ahead.
question the one strip lighting if that would just be too much, kind of spaceship-like, you know.
Okay, I'm going to go to comments. One of the things that we made in our motion the last time, and we had a 6-0 in favor. Zimmerman was absent, so we all voted in favor of the general style of this thing. As we say, the board finds the modifications aesthetically appropriate and does not pose a consistent issue with these decided guidelines. And I can see why we arrived at this. The reason I'm kind of looking at that, we had a project, I think, at our last meeting that was proposed very close to this house. I forgot which lot it is. And we really gave the architect a hard time. Denise, I don't think you were here, but it was a very contemporary structure. And I think we sent him, he was here for the first visit, we sent him back for a lot of rethinking. But at this point, we've kind of accepted this house. And one of the things that, this is one of these neighborhoods, because of the T-fire, we've got several circumstances going on here. We're building a neighborhood almost one house at a time because the whole neighborhood was virtually wiped out. And so we have some houses that were built immediately after the T-fire with not a lot of formal full board approval, because remember, they were under different rules, so they got kind of grandfathered in to some degree. And quite frankly, several of them are not very good looking. They're, I noticed a couple of the proportions of the windows and whatever, just kind of not what they should be. But they're there, and they're here. And in a way, we're kind of creating a fun zone, not a funk zone, a fun zone for the architects in the community, because they're getting to experiment with a whole lot of things. So we've got some contemporary houses like this one. We've got some traditional craftsman style. There's a craftsman style 4 houses up from this thing. And I've been up in this neighborhood a lot now, because as you know, I go look at all these sites before every time they come here. So I've been on that street now probably at least a dozen times in the last year or so. And so we're allowing a whole eclectic configuration of a whole bunch of different styles. And if you look at the photographs that were submitted, we've got a street with a whole bunch of things going on it. And even in the applicant's drawings, we show a Spanish-style house or a Mediterranean-style house next to this house, so forth and so on. So I think that one kind of shows the general. So anyway, we're kind of allowing this to occur, and I think that we've collectively bought into this general presentation, because that's what we did last time. But I think that, and I've gotten phone calls, I think I mentioned this last meeting, there's a house a little further away, I think it's on Sherman Drive or whatever, it's the next little road up, that was approved way early in the process after the T-fire. And I get a call once a month from the adjacent property owner concerned about lighting, reflection of glass, the silver aluminum, I mean, all, you name it, I've heard about it. And so I think we've got to be fairly careful about what we allow this applicant to do in terms of the color palette. And I realize you're trying to do a really cool, publishable piece of architecture. But just like the Getty Museum, where Richard Meyer only does white buildings, I think doing this house all in white and aluminum is not going to be appropriate. And it's not just from the street. This whole hill, you look from all the houses that are on the opposite of Coyote Canyon. You have to look back up at this hill, just like we look at this side of the Riviera from downtown. And I think another glaring white house up here is not appropriate. I think what I'd like to see is a palette of maybe, it could be a single color, more earth tone. I think we need to move away from the shiny aluminum or even the dull aluminum, because it does reflect in terms of the framing of the system. I don't think we can tell you to eliminate windows and cut down the glass at this point. We've already pretty much blessed that. And in terms of lighting, I think you've got to be much more subdued in the lighting. The lighting strip underneath this house is inappropriate. I think at night there's going to be plenty of light seen across from the canyon just through the windows. I don't think we need to add any more lights. Certainly safety lights, walking up the steps is probably appropriate. A light at the garage door, which I think you've indicated on the plan, is here, so I'm assuming it's in here somewhere, and there's some lights going up this step. I think that's sufficient. I think there's some code issues about having to require a light off some of these doors on the interior patio, so you might need to check that. But I think this needs to be much more subdued in terms of its color palette. I'm not saying that you need to match the adobe colors on the houses that are on your street, but I think you need to rethink what the color of this house is. Let's see, and I agree with my landscape colleagues. I think that the starkness of what you're proposing in terms of landscaping is perhaps not the most appropriate approach, certainly given the fact that this whole neighborhood burned because it was probably over-foliaged. But I think there's somewhere in the middle there that you ought to go with landscaping. The pipe railing is probably appropriate, but again, something that's not aluminum, not reflective, is probably pretty important. So I think those are my comments. I can be supportive of this project, but I'm not ready yet to give it project design approval until we kind of see a different approach to the lighting, landscaping, and the color palette. But I will leave that up to whoever would like to make a motion. We could give it project design approval, or we can make comments and have the applicant come back.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Before we move forward, I just want to point out that the staff hearing officer has asked the board to pay attention to the height of the building located within the front setback. So
that's this garage element, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That probably should be in your motion, whether you think it's appropriate now, the way it's been redone versus the way we first saw it. If you recall, when we first saw it, this whole element was like this, so it was out to the front, okay? And what they've done is they've pushed this back 5 feet. This went back a little bit, and they now have a balcony out here.
And I would like to add that the height as measured from grid was 25 feet previously. We reduced it to 24 feet, and then we further reduced the height of this element. So the height of all the elements has been reduced relative to the street.
And just a little helpful hint here as your designer, as a designer. When you come to us as a board with the first sketches of this thing,
Like figure scale figures.
yeah, it's really helpful because I think a lot of us have a difficult time reading elevations. And by putting a couple little figures in there, it kind of gives you the immediate feel of the proportions, and that's very helpful.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Okay, excuse me. Let's finish comments. Are we all done with comments?
No, I have a couple of more
Okay, why don't you finish
comments.
your comments, and then we'll let the applicant speak.
My first comment is I don't believe that we have to adhere to something that we said last time. We didn't give this project approval. We did have a lot of concerns. There's a lot going on here with these modifications and the style and the whole package of this house. I'm finding it's not ready to meet our guidelines. I still have a problem with all the glass. I think the style, even though you say we're creating a brand new neighborhood here, but now finally we have an opportunity to have some influence, whereas, the other houses, they were all over the counter, expedited, so we didn't. So I think we have to be a little bit more cautious, and I don't think we're there yet.
Other comments? Okay. Ms. Bernstein, I do have one comment in response to your latest, your last comments. I think if you feel that for whatever reason this doesn't meet our guidelines, then you're going to need to be very clear about what part of the guidelines they don't meet. Just saying they don't meet our guidelines is not very helpful, particularly if this project got appealed for any reason and it goes before City Council, because that's where the appeal would go. One of us here would have to go represent the board and then explain what we meant by not meeting our guidelines. So I think if you make that kind of statement and it gets incorporated into a motion, then we have to be really clear about what part of the guidelines it doesn't meet. You can't just say it doesn't meet the guidelines. That's not clear enough. You have to explain your vote before you vote. So I would encourage you, if you're going to make the motion or be a part of the motion, that you make sure that's really clear and we really understand it. Okay? So, any further comments?
Yeah,
Denise?
I do have a comment about this. Up on Sherman Way and in the general area, there have been very modern homes built in the past that burned. So it's always been eclectic up there, and I don't find this particular structure offensive in that way. It is going to be quite a melange, that's for sure. I mean, it's very different than the house next door. And that is a little troubling, but as for a precedent, it's already been made up here for modern architecture.
Right.
So.
And I agree.
Yeah.
I think I'm just encouraging us to think about the color palette.
And I agree with that completely. I think that you can have a modern structure and yet mellow it a bit by pushing the color in a different direction. That'll help a lot, I think.
Okay. All right. So the chair would entertain some kind of motion.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I appreciate all of your comments, and we can see your concern about color palette, material choices, and all that, and we are happy to work with you on that. Could I ask, is final approval, is that before the full board as well?
Yes. Well, no, excuse me. I have to take that back. The process is this gets project design approval at some point, theoretically. So if we give the project design approval, either at this meeting or some subsequent meeting, then that's an appealable decision.
Yeah.
Okay? Then after we do that, and if it's not appealed or corrected or whatever, modified or anything else, then you come back to us with your final set of drawings. In other words, the drawings that are ready to go to the building department. And we will review it and either give it final design approval or not.
Okay.
And that's also an appealable decision.
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, if the board would find it suitable to give project design approval with all of the comments that have been put on the table here on the record, and that we work towards the compliance with all those comments for our final approval set, in order to keep the process moving.
Okay. Well, that's going to be up to the decision, whoever makes the motion.
I just wanted to.
I understand.
Thank you.
Most applicants would always like us to do that, but that may not be the level of comfort that the board is at this point.
Okay.
So we'll see who makes the motion.
I could take a stab at it.
Okay.
And I would like to give it project design approval with the following recommendations: to reconsider the color palette to something that is mellow and not as blaring as white, and also the aluminum, the color of the aluminum glazing surround. To eliminate the strip lighting in favor of something that is not as glaring, and to minimize the lighting on this particular project. To eliminate the Mexican feathergrass on the landscape plan, and to come back with us with a professional landscape plan that addresses softening the building. I think that's my motion.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Okay. Under discussion, the maker of the motion, can we think of a different word besides mellow?
Yes, of course.
Can you give him
something
some
more
either
earthy palette.
earth tones?
An earth tone palette, perhaps. There we go.
And what about another word for reconsider?
Well,
Reconsider. What was the?
we're not going to design it for him, right? But
Right.
we're making recommendations.
So it's just reconsider the colors.
Reconsider the colors.
okay.
That's it. I think that's appropriate.
Okay. And then I have one question for the maker of the motion.
Yes.
You commented during your comments there was just one tree, and I forgot
Yes.
to look at. Are you suggesting there ought to be more trees?
Yes,
or-
I am actually,
Okay.
and that's part of what my comment of softening the structure would be, like to.
So do you want to include that word in your motion?
Sure.
Combination trees and other.
Yes, combination of trees and other appropriate landscaping and shrubs that would soften the elevation of the structure.
Any other comments? Okay. To the seconder of the motion, there were two adjustments in her motion. One was to include the word tree as a part of the reconsideration of the landscaping plan, and
Not say
earth
mellow.
tones.
And I have one more thing to add, I'm sorry.
And also,
What's-
you didn't like the word mellow.
Well, no, that's where we went to earth
Okay,
tones. So
okay.
is that
All right.
acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, and then you have another
And I have
comment?
one more thing that I forgot to mention, that the board appreciates the change in height and the stepping back of the building from the garage, from the face of the street. We appreciate that height reduction on both levels, and that's what I wanted to add.
Okay.
Did you say something about the railing material?
Oh, well, we'll want to see all our details, what that railing material is, and we would hope that you would also keep in the front of your mind, take into consideration the shine factor to make sure that it is not a glaring material.
Okay. So that's an addition to
That's
the
an
motion?
addition
Is that
to it.
acceptable to the
Yes.
seconder? Okay.
I think I've got it now.
I think, Amber or David, is that clear? Is the motion clear to you all?
So it's for design approval?
Yes.
Yeah, she's
Coming back to the board?
Coming
or-
back to the full board.
full board. So Amber, who's taking notes, is the motion clear to you all?
Yes,
Okay. All right, that's the motion on the floor. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We have one opposed, 3 in favor. Is there any abstentions? No abstentions. The motion carries 3-1. Okay, we will see you back at the full board. Okay.
This is appealable.
This has a 10-day appealable period for this decision. Whoops. Conejo. This is 434 Conejo Road.
Conejo's getting built.
Let's see. Okay. So that goes back to there. That goes back to there.
Got it.
That one goes over there. Okay.
Do I ask now or?
Okay.
Flying all over the place.
Welcome. If you could introduce yourselves, please.
Yeah, I'm Drew Smith, the owner
Okay.
of the property.
Welcome.
And once the schedule was made, Alex, the architect, saw that he had a conflict, that he had a hearing at the Montecito board
Yes.
at the exact same time.
Okay.
So he emailed me 30 minutes ago, exactly, that the item before his was delaying, so it didn't look good for him being here. He said if it can't be put off till 5, we should ask for a continuation to the next meeting.
Okay. Well, it depends what the pleasure of the board is, but I'm assuming we could shift this to the last item. Is that appropriate, Mr. Ng, from a legal
Do we
from a
need to have
noticing
the
So the
standpoint?
last item's
architect
at
here?
7 o'clock.
The owner is requesting that the architect be here. So,
We could shift it to be the last item scheduled if you wish.
okay. What's the
7 p.m.
Yeah. So what's the pleasure of the board? Oops, we're
Not gonna work
missing a
for him,
member.
I guess, too.
Oh, you'll have to wait a minute because we don't have a quorum. Sorry. Have to wait just a second.
What?
Okay. Back on speaker. Just so the board knows, the applicant, the owner is before us. His architect is held up in another meeting and is requesting to hear this item at the very end of our meeting today. Is that acceptable to the board?
It's fine with me.
Well, I won't be here.
Brian will be here.
Okay.
Jamie, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I had plans, but it doesn't go over too long.
Okay, well, we'll try to push things up a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's true. That makes it
Well, we
meeting go on
can't,
further. We can't
because-
really change
yeah.
the time on everything else.
Right, what do you think?
Right.
It's either that or ask the applicant to return next meeting.
Let's have
Yeah.
Scotty return then. Yeah.
Return. So can I have a motion to that effect, please?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to for 434 Conejo Road to be continued to our next meeting on November the 17th.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. So we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
20 minutes early.
Right, but applicants are supposed to be here 15 minutes before their time, so
So maybe they'll show up.
maybe they will show up. So we're supposed
So
to
this is gonna
be
get back to you then.
at this one at 4:45. So let's recess for 5+ minutes and
Okay.
see if the next item shows up.
The lazy ocean hugs the shore. Hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze. Bend with me, sway with ease. When we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Sway me now.
Do I want to? Oh my, do I? Honey, did I do? Do I need you? Oh my, do I? Honey, did I do? I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh my, do I? did I do? Do I want you? Oh my, do I, honey? Did I do? Do I need you? Oh my, do I, honey? Did I do? I'm glad that I'm the one who found you. That's why I'm always hanging around you. Do I love you? Oh my, do I, honey? Did I do? Oh, honey, did I do? Oh, honey, did I do?
Them that's got shall get, them that's not shall lose. So the Bible said, and it still is news. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Yes, the strong.
Monday, November 3rd, Single Family Design Board. We're at 209 East Isley Street. If you could introduce yourself, please.
My name is Joseph Fournier, draftsman at Doug Leach & Associates.
Okay, thank you.
Jarrett Gorin from Vanguard Planning.
Peter Camden, homeowner.
Thank you. Can we get a
Yes.
review of what happened last time, please?
Yes, this was continued indefinitely to the full board with the following comments. The board appreciates the design revisions, and the board promotes further improvement in style concerning the front entry wall.
Okay. And that was a motion. That's okay. Motion on 6-0. Woolery and Miller made the motion in second. Before we go to your comments, Mr. Ng, is there anything we need to know about this project from staff?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. If you could share with us what where you are at this point. This project is here for project design approval.
Yeah, so what you're going to see today looks a lot like what you saw in June when we got concept. Concept was as far as we could go in June because at that time, this project still required an HLC acceptance of our report dealing with the wall along the street. And then we also needed an archaeological sites report to go through. And that has all of that has subsequently gone through and been accepted and approved by HLC. So now we're back to get project approval on this project. There's been a couple of really minor changes to the interior that I'll let Joseph cover. One thing I do want to bring up, HLC, in looking at the wall, They approved our report, which the report basically found that the changes that were shown on these plans were acceptable and didn't result in any significant impacts to the wall or the street or any historic resources. They did ask us to look into possibly moving the entrance to the walkway down towards not Garden Street. What's the next street up? Santa Barbara Street, to see if we could preserve a longer expanse of wall, because they were sort of looking at this project and saying, well, how do we keep the most contiguous section of wall? They just said to look into that. And since then, we went around, we looked at a lot of houses up in this neighborhood that have walls and entries, and most of them have entries that tend to go straight up into the house. There's a couple examples where it's different, but we have, having looked at all through the neighborhood for blocks around us, we think that it's mostly consistent with the neighborhood to keep that as a straight approach with the pathway, and that's what's analyzed in the report that HLC accepted for this project. So that's what's still on our plans here, but we did look into it a lot, which they had asked us to do. So I'll let Joseph cover the interior changes.
Sure. If you go to A3, the first minor change was at the nook here. It used to butt out a little bit further and not as wide. We actually pulled it back, but increased the width here to get a full set of kind of awning windows, so you could have more of an indoor-outdoor feel here. No change in square footage, because what we had pulled back here, we put that square footage back into this full width here. With that change, if you go down to A2, this line here of the basement stacks with the floor above. So originally it was doing the same thing that the nook was doing. So we changed that to make it easier during construction. And then the only other change was at the mechanical room, based on the need for what this house is going to require as far as mechanical equipment. We actually increased by 147 square feet, I believe, by pulling the wall that was originally here this way about 6 feet. And that's about it. You can't see that, obviously, it's in the basement. The final piece, which was actually a planning correction, was with the pool bath. If you go to A10, we did not realize you're only allowed to have a 5x5 pool bath area. Sink had to be moved outside. That's the extent of the changes that we've made.
Just to be clear, no changes occurred to the visible portion of this house from the front of the street or anything, and the footprint of this building didn't change either, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, before we go to questions of the board and comments from the board, is there anyone in the audience wishing to address this project? Mr. Ng, I have one letter. I'm not sure. Did everyone get a copy of this letter?
I think so, yeah.
From Mr. DeForest?
Yes.
Okay. Essentially, he represents the Pearl Chase Society. They're concerned about the proposed residence is too massive for the historic Upper East neighborhood. Removal of the portion of the limestone wall is still an issue. The wall configuration still awaits final approval by HLC. I still do not see why a more neighborhood compatibly structured cannot be cited that would allow the driveway and the garage to be on the west side of the property. He makes a comment about the fact that attending several review board meetings through the years, that agents keep presenting the same plans with only minor tweaks until they wear out the board or commission members, and hope that they approve the projects. He makes a comment about the current architect. I won't read that. Anyway, that's the gist of the letter. Anybody else? Any other letters, comments? Okay, the chair will bring it back to the board for questions at this point. Would like anybody have questions? Swillery, any questions?
Yes. So when you were asked to look at the front entry walk, were they suggesting that it move further down the street? Were they suggesting that it be offset and zigzag about? I was not clear about it.
What they were looking for was moving it further towards Santa Barbara Street to make a longer expansive wall, but without punctuations in it. They didn't direct us to do it. They asked us to look into it, which we did. And in looking into it, one of the problems that creates is it generates a lot of paving in the front yard because of the walk having to go zigzag across the front yard. And then we looked at so many other houses that are in the neighborhood, and really the prevailing pattern on this type of a situation where you have this wall and the house up from the street is to have a walk which sort of approaches the entry of the house straight on.
So this plan isn't really what's happening. You're coming straight here.
We started.
You started with it
to go in that direction to investigate it, and while we were looking. By the way, the comment by the commissioner on the HLC was that he thought that long, contiguous expanses of wall were rare in the Upper East, and we subsequently went out and looked around the Upper East and found lots and lots and lots of them. I mean, I've got a ton of pictures that we're happy to present, that. We also found lots of examples of houses where the entry was straight on. It's a very auspicious and common. And matter of fact, the one on the corner across from us is a very large house. And from Santa Barbara Street, it's got a very beautiful entryway like that, straight on. So.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Other questions? No. Questions to this side, Jamie?
Yeah, I was just curious, what, with the front trellis there, what was your reasoning around putting that in?
Does that show up on?
Which one?
It shows up on the cover sheet, actually, yeah.
Where is that on the plan? Is that this right here?
That's this here.
Okay.
What was the reason?
Good question. It was something that was suggested by the architect, and honestly, the last conversation we had about it is we weren't sure that we wanted it or not, but we thought we would get to the point where the house was nearing completion, and we would decide if it was something that we wanted to include or not. It was a nice feature. We thought it added a little bit of kind of perspective, whatnot, but there was a concern that it might be too much, so we were sort of indecisive about that, but we left it in because we wanted to have the option.
I didn't know if I mean, I have an opinion about it, but sorry, I didn't know if maybe you were hoping it would give you a little bit of privacy.
No, we weren't concerned about that. It was more of just an aesthetic, kind of a nice feature in the
Right.
craftsman style.
I do want to add about the trellis that, per our zoning code, we wouldn't allow it in its location as it's in the front setback.
We wouldn't?
Without
We
a
would
modification?
not allow it.
Correct.
But they could.
If they wish to
ask for
pursue
a
a
modification.
modification, they could.
Just to be, didn't we just adopt changes to that though
Yeah,
in
we-
May that allows for arbor elements all the way up to the front setback?
The new ordinance.
If they are attached to another fence element,
Okay.
yeah.
They're part of the front hedge.
Okay.
Oh, but not freestanding.
So this would be
Not
freestanding.
freestanding.
Yeah,
Got
it's
it.
freestanding in the front yard.
Okay. Other questions?
Well, that'll help you make
Bernie,
a decision.
questions? I want to get back to the HLC. We have a public member who thinks that the HLC hasn't acted on this project. What's the correct status? please?
No, they have acted on it, and it has been approved and
Okay.
accepted.
And all they had to approve was the report, correct? They didn't.
The addendum.
Yeah, and they didn't. They weren't required to make comments, aesthetic comments. Just accept the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the project description right now has this as 123% of the FAR of the guidelines. Is that the correct number at this point, or did that get changed or altered, or is it different now?
That's the correct number.
Okay, and we're still at 9,379 square feet. of
Including
house.
the basement, yes.
Right, okay.
Including the basement.
That includes the basement. There is 5,817 above the basement.
Yeah, the
Okay.
project originally was at 128%
Okay.
of FAR.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the archaeology report, and my question to staff, is there anything in that report we're supposed to pay attention to?
No, not anything particular, other than standard issues.
And then, let's see, I think there's some drawings that show this walkway being straight and one being curved. I guess I missed the conversation, wasn't paying attention. Is it straight now? Is that-
Straight. We'd like to have it straight.
Okay, is that on these drawings?
Do
Not
we
yet?
have one that shows it straight?
We do, back at the office.
But it's not on this
That
one.
we had submitted it this
Okay.
way.
So that's not on here. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to comments. The applicant is requesting project design approval. So we can give it project design approval. We can give it project design approval with comments. We can not give it project design approval. We can add comments. If we do give it project design approval, that has a appealable, 10-day appealable period to it. I'd like to start.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Actually, I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
It's actually to the board.
Okay.
In responding to the question about the size and the square footage, I just would like to hear the board's justification, because I know we're pretty far along and we're not going to turn around and go back. So what is it about this project that makes it meet our compatibility guidelines at the size that
Okay.
it is?
I think each of us can individually address that as we go through our comments.
Okay.
Well, I would address that by saying it is the Upper East, and there are many homes of this stature in that area in the neighborhood. So, from my perspective, it is compatible with the neighborhood. As part of my rest of my comments, I would say that now you have a great opportunity to lose the trellis in the front, which I think you really don't need. The house is quite lovely from the street. Sort of blocks the view of the door. Since you'd need a mod, might as well simplify life, huh? Other than that, I think your changes are minimal. Really don't affect the aesthetics. Did we ever get a color board of colors from you? I think we did.
The one we were going to bring today is outdated, so we'll bring that back for final.
Oh, okay. All right. Because we really haven't weighed in on that yet, have we?
No.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay. Comments? Jamie?
Yeah, I think that the trellis is a bit too much, and the house is very nicely designed. As far as like the square footage, I felt like a lot of it was unseen, as it's a big bulk of it is in the basement area, or down below. That's my comment.
Bernie?
I'm going to go after you.
Okay. Let's see. I understand, I think, why the architect suggested the trellis, because it's a scaling issue. But I don't know that that's terribly important given the stature of the house. I think I can agree with my colleagues about eliminating the trellis would be perfectly acceptable. This project's bothered me a lot, and I know we've addressed this in previous, and in fact, you'll probably go back and look at the tape where I may have made a comment about, similar to Miss Willery's comment about, well, there's just a lot of big houses on the Upper East. And I live in the Upper East, several blocks away from this project, but I've lived there for the last 30 years, and I walk this neighborhood a lot. And I've been troubled about the size of this thing. And I think I did comment the very first meeting, this is a 9,000 square foot house. And that bothers me. I don't care if it's in the basement or not. This is a huge house. And yes, there's a lot of huge houses in the Upper East, and a lot of them were built prior to any kind of review boards in the city. In fact, Pearl Chase house is a block or two from this house. But I think if I had to vote today to give this project design approval, I wouldn't do it, because I'm just terribly concerned about the FAR. The house is just too big, in my view. I think the the design quality, the architectural detailing is probably perfectly fine. I think the craftsman style approach is appropriate for the neighborhood. I don't have any problems with this. The color palette probably is going to be okay given the color renderings we've seen, et cetera, but I just think this house is too big. I know a lot of folks come to Santa Barbara feeling they're entitled to certain things, and I'm just not sure that's an appropriate way to look at things. So if we have to, if there is a motion today to approve this for project design approval, I'm going to be voting against it because I think the house is just too big. With regards to the adjustment of the driveway and the masonry wall, given the history, I think the applicant's correct. There's a lot of long stone walls, so I don't think that's a big issue. Whoever makes the motion, I'm sure it would be appropriate to make sure you put some kind of comment in the motion about either the appropriateness or not appropriateness of the break in the wall in terms of its relationship to the overall design of the project. Yeah, I think that's my concern at this point. If this whole house could get sucked in, we've had a few other ones where I've kind of made the same comment. Generally the approach is appropriate, but the size is too big. The bulking of the house, the massing of the house is probably appropriate. And I think if you look at our guidelines, if I can pull to that page very quickly. Where is it? Right here. I'll put that on camera. One of the things that's interesting is we throw around that term size, bulk, and scale, and we generally push that all together. But if you look at that definition, you're really talking about three separate issues. Scale, in my view, and I think it's defined in here, has to do with the relationship of height of things to the human person. And certainly craftsman style, if it's done appropriately, has a nice relationship to the human scale. And I think in this case, given that isolated piece, what they're presenting is probably appropriate. The massing and the bulk goes to these configurations here. And so the massing, given what they've done, particularly from the street elevation, if I can go to that, is here. This is the street elevation. They've tended to try to get it to that diagram right there. In other words, they've pushed things to the center of the mass of the building. And I think that's certainly an appropriate way to try to approach the configuration of the building. But it's the size that really bothers me. So I don't think we're there yet, in my opinion, size, bulk, and scale. So I can't, I'm just not going to, if we do a motion for project design approval, I will be voting against it.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
If we, what would be the FAR if the basement living space wasn't included? Did anybody ever come up with that?
I think the FAR, it's not relevant, so you can't.
It's not relevant.
You can't put it into the.
Okay, right.
You can't put it into the equation.
Oh, that's true.
Okay. Okay. Those are my comments.
Bernie wasn't.
Bernie, comments?
Well,
questions?
I am seeing and I'm watching all the demolitions that are going on in Santa Barbara. And if you read the LA Times, there was yet another article just last week. It was the second in a series about how neighborhoods are changing because all these gigantic houses are replacing smaller ones. But for me, this one, I looked at what some of the rooms are, and you really have to wonder, there's a yoga studio and a poker room, and there's all these rooms that are adding to the size that just seem out of character to the neighborhood. There's a crafts room, a recreation room, multi-purpose room, nanny's bedroom, wine cellar, exercising is just, it's a mansion, and I really don't know that, I think the architects have gone to a lot of effort to make the design fit, but it's really just gigantic.
And Bernie, just to follow up your comments, I appreciate what you're saying. I, for one, don't really want to make a judgment on an individual's right for what they want in their house. That's up to the owner. If they want, 10 yoga studios and a movie theater, whatever it is inside their house, they certainly have the right to that. Oops, my microphone fell off. I think they certainly have the right, to do whatever they want to do in their house. That's their home. But I think the thing that I, as a member of this board, in terms of trying to look at these homes as they fit into our community, as they fit the streetscape, they fit the fabric of the block that they're in, I think, in my view, part of our obligation is to make sure that the appropriate size, the appropriate massing, the appropriate scale is compatible with the neighborhood. And at the moment, I'm not convinced that we're there yet. Yes.
Has there been any attempt to reduce the size of this house since we started this process?
Yes, there has. And the size of this house was probably the single area of comments the first time we were here in April. And we were asked to reduce the size and to also come back with additional information, such as a full streetscape elevation plan, which we did, and which was a significant piece of information that you looked at when you voted unanimously to give us a concept approval of this house at this size.
Excuse me, we did not give you a concept. We don't give concept
Okay,
approval.
well, you voted 6-0 without giving us any further direction to reduce the size of the house. And I really feel like, where we're at this point is we have a design which was satisfying this board, and we've come back with further details on that design, and we're getting comments that sound like they're from scratch, that are missing what we presented previously that was critical to your determining that this was acceptable in June when we got that 6-0 vote on it. So that's confusing.
We also moved it back 10 feet from
And
the
we
street
moved
at that
it
time.
back 10 feet.
The 6-0 vote was just on the comments. It was not a concept approval. It wasn't a project design approval.
There was a comment that you said you expected us to get project or final approval at the next meeting, and that was a comment that you made, Chairman Swain.
And there were no comments to further reduce the size.
I understand that. We may have said that, but this board still has the opportunity to continue to assess and review the project. And up until the time we give it project design approval, I believe, and staff can weigh in on this, we can modify our positions.
And our last comments were those two comments, however. So I'm having a hard time with this as well, that we're going backwards all of a sudden on this project. I think that this home fits very well into the structure of the Upper East as far as how it looks. It is large, but we have approved homes with an FAR before of 120%. We've done that, and it's not that far off. And it is a big house. I mean, granted, it is big. It's a huge lot. It's a very big lot. I think the position on the lot is good. They did take it back away from the street to make it so that it is less impactful to the street. I think they've done a lot to try to get our approvals here. And the fact that we just have those two comments here from the last meeting kind of tells me that we need to move this along. And so that's where I stand on it. And I mean, yeah, we need to be concerned about this. We do need to be concerned about the size. And one of the things that we use in consideration of the size is it good architecture? Is it a worthwhile structure? Is it an asset to the neighborhood? And I believe it is.
Okay, so we're at a point for a motion. I could advise the applicant, you have only 4 members here today. I don't know what your assessment is of where you think a motion and a vote might go. You certainly have the ability to ask for a continuance to a later date when there is a more fuller board. That's certainly an option you may have. So maybe I should allow you to respond to that first before we get a
We'd
motion.
appreciate a continuance. And just to be clear, if we do a continuance, we would have an opportunity to make a new presentation at our next hearing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. We'll take a continuance.
Okay. The applicant is requesting a continuance. Do I have a motion to accept that?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any further comments? The applicant is requesting continuance to a future board meeting, a future or next one?
We'll just make it indefinite, and we'll
Okay.
just get back as soon as we can.
Make it indefinite? Okay. That's the motion on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So carried. Okay, we'll see you back.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to, whoops. I packed away. Oh, here we are. So that goes back to David. Let's go to 477 Paseo del Descanso.
Oh, nobody's here. Are we so early? 25. 25 minutes ahead. Wow.
Oh, 5:25.
6:20. Oh, wait a minute. We're at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
We're fine. So we're,
25
well, because we had to
Yeah,
skip that
we
one
had to
whole
skip.
application, so that's why we're ahead. So the chair shall call for another recess until the next applicant arrives.
Skies above can't be stormy. Oh, since that moment of bliss, that one kiss, it's heaven with you. That romance on your menu. What a difference a day makes. And the difference is you. Why do you whisper green grass? Why tell the trees what ain't so? Whispering grass, the trees don't have to know. Why tell them all your secrets? Who kissed there long, long ago? Whispering grass, the trees, they don't need to know. Now don't you tell it to the breeze, 'cause she will tell the birds and bees, and everyone will know, because you told the blabbering trees. Oh yes, you told them once before. So it's no secret anymore. Why tell them all the old things? They're buried up under the snow. Whispering grass, don't tell the trees, 'cause the trees don't need
but seeing you is grand, and you were sweet to offer your hand. I understand, I do. Pardon my asking what's new. Of course you couldn't know. I haven't changed. I still love you so. Love is the sweetest thing. What else on earth could ever bring such happiness to everything as love's old story? Love is the strangest thing. No song of birds upon the wing shall in our hearts more sweetly sing than love's old story. Whatever heart may desire, whatever fate may send, this is the tale that never will tire. This is the song without end. Love is the greatest thing, the oldest, yet the latest thing. I only hope that fate may bring love's story to you. Whatever heart may desire, whatever fate may send, this is the tale that never will tire. This is the song without end. Love is the greatest thing, the oldest, yet the latest thing. I only hope that fate may bring love's story to you. Love is the sweetest thing.
Around the world I've searched for you. I traveled on when hope was gone to keep a rendezvous. I knew somewhere, sometime, somehow, you'd look at me and I would see the smile you're smiling now. It might have been in County Down, or in New York, Gay Paris, or even London town. No more will I go all around the world, for I have found my world in you, just you, you alone. I traveled on when hope was gone to keep a rendezvous. You'd look at me and I would see the smile you're smiling. Now it might have been in old County Down, or in New York, Gay Paris, or even London town. No more will I go all around the world, for I have found my world in you, just you alone. I have found my world in you.
More than you know, more than you know, man of my heart, I love you so. Lately I find you're on my mind, more than you know. Whether you're right, whether you're wrong, man of my heart, I'll string along. You need me so, more than you'll ever know. Loving you the way that I do, there's nothing I can do about it. Loving may be all you can give, but honey, I can't live without it. Oh, how I'd cry, oh, how I'd cry if you got tired and said goodbye. More than I'd show, more than you'll ever know. Oh, how I'd cry, oh, how I'd cry if you got tired and said goodbye. More than I'd show, more than you'll ever know.
Hey there, you with the stars in your eyes. Love never made a fool of you. You used to be too wise. Hey there, you on that high-flying cloud. Though she won't throw a crumb to you, you think someday she'll come to you. Better forget her, her with her nose in the air. She has you dancing on a string. Break it and she won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a brother? Or are you not seeing things too clear? Are you too much in love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other? with her nose in the air. She has you dancing on a string. Break it and she won't care. Won't you take this advice I hand you like a brother? Are you not seeing things too clear? Are you too much in love to hear? Is it all going in one ear and out the other?
I go out walking after midnight, out in the moonlight, just like we used to do. I'm always walking after midnight, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
We have a quorum. The chair shall reconvene Monday, November 3rd, Single Family Design Board. Welcome. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Hi, I'm Ted Meter. I'm the architect for the project.
Okay, thank you. This is 477 Paseo del Descanso. This project is here for a second concept review. Action may be taken if sufficient information is provided. Project was last reviewed on September 22nd, 2014. Mr. Miller, if you could read what action we took.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Number one, provide a streetscape elevation of the property and adjacent homes with the landscape plan. Number two, study reduction of the plate heights. Number three, study reduction of the size of the turret. Number four, study an alternative fireplace. Number five, study reduction of the size and location of the balcony to adhere to the Single-Family Design Board guidelines. Number six, these numbers are kind of goofy. Study retention of the existing landscape. Number seven, study the styling details. Number eight, study the entryway for neighborhood compatibility. Number nine, study the second-story window locations. Number 10, study the style of windows in the back to be consistent with the architecture style. Number 11, work with neighbors to address their concerns. And number 12, provide fencing details if fencing is proposed. Action taken, Bernstein Pierce, 500, motion carried.
Thank you. If you could share with us how you address those comments.
Okay. I'm turning straight to the first elevation. A3.1.
Okay.
In order of architectural significance, first thing we looked at was the turret. It changed this from a 20-foot diameter to, I believe, 14-foot diameter. It was a big reduction. We're no longer trying to fit the stair into the stair tower, which is why it works. And now it's really just an architectural element that creates a very small double high entry space behind the turret. So this turret is
12'8". You read it.
It's 6 foot less diameter. Yeah. It's been reduced, and it reads that way on the elevation. Also, the plate height of the turret does not stick up 2 feet above the plate height of the second story anymore, and blends in more with the roof line. Sorry, all of the map here. So now this matches. This diameter has been reduced. We're no longer using a series of windows that wrap around the barrel of this thing because there's no rooms to light on the inside, and also there's not enough square footage, so we're going with a single kind of feature window, a quatrefoil over the archway. The rear elevation, a different point. These doors were, the client strongly desires it to be kind of a slide away, open wall effect. But now we've divided these into lights and strengthened this to be a stucco colonnade in front, which I think kind of takes over from the reading of this as a window wall. This one still is a big expanse, but it looks like two pairs of French doors, and it's behind a trellis. And furthermore, it's the rear elevation in the backyard, visible to no one. The second story of this balcony is now treated with stucco columns instead of wood, and what that is allowing us to do, third architectural point, is to frame in the side of the balcony as a kind of a wood infill detail with stained wood wainscoting below and a series of windows above. And that's just to provide a little more privacy from the balcony, because we still have a balcony within the 12 feet from the property line, but because of this kind of screening and the fact that the depth of the balcony has been reduced 1'4" something like that. The plate height on the second story is already 8 foot, and because a lot of the rooms up there are flat ceiling, don't lend themselves to vaulting the secondary bedrooms up there. We really want to maintain an 8 foot ceiling. I had somebody noticed that the scale showed the second story as 9 foot before, even though the tag on it read 8 foot. So now the drawings have been corrected, and it scales to be an 8 foot plate on the second story. I brought a new drawing today that is the same as the elevation submitted, but I've overlaid a dashed line indicating the neighbor's house. This is this house next door. I believe it's 473 Paseo del Descanso. And this is the house that we're backing the more unfortunate side of the massing of this house against, because it's already the condition that we're looking at. This is a... Sorry, what?
It's not on the screen.
Sorry. This is about 40 foot of second story. And here, to the best of my ability, is where these windows fall from the second story.
Oh, from the adjacent house looking into your...
Yes, the dashed is the adjacent house. That's this window, that window, that window, and there is no window. So as far as looking directly into the rooms, we have a pretty favorable situation. I've made these windows only 2 inches narrower since the last iteration, but I looked at something. It's already it's a 30-inch window now, so it's really not. There's not a lot more that can come out of it. One of the neighbors' comments was that he has a balcony on the rear of his house. This is the adjacent house here, 473, and he didn't want. There were privacy concerns from when he's occupying this balcony. All right. Anyway, this is the rear of that house location here, and it's beyond the limits of the proposed house. So really, from this balcony, he won't see anything at all. Let's see. I can say that I failed to address the size of the chimney, but hopefully that being more of a detail could be something left for further review. I have a landscape plan. Today, sorry about that. Here's the rear yard first. Looking to find our 20% maximum lawn area close to the house, and we'll be maintaining the 3 citrus and 3 avocado that are to the farthest back on the lot. Because we really didn't have an important landscape plan for this that would require those to be taken out. There's 2 citrus here that will be lost. There is a ponderosa pine on the property line that will be lost. It's in your previous set of drawings. It's also this one here. But the 2 coast live oak trees in the front, the 25 foot and the 30 foot, will be maintained in the plan.
Do we have that?
You have this in black and white.
It's that drawing right there.
The front yard is the same and the backyard is not. But again, we're talking about the rear yard, and we were asked
But
to...
the rear yard's not in.
It's on there, and it doesn't show the fruit trees that I'm showing you right now.
Oh, here.
Right. That's more like the previous one.
So the existing fruit trees are going to remain?
In the back. Except for the first two. Right. The majority of them. And that's 3 avocados and a tangerine and 2 unknown citrus. But we're working this design around 25-foot coast live oak and the big one right here up by the curb, which is maybe a problem tree, but we're going to try not to remove it at this point. The ones that are proposed for removal are not considered specimen trees. And we're still designing this without any form of wall, just the low water use kind of shrubs and agaves that will create the border from the street. There's no sidewalk here. When people walk, they walk in the street. And because of this tree here, it really doesn't lend itself to gating the driveway or to even creating a half-height wall. So, I believe that is all I've done to address that.
Okay. Anything else? I think I was keeping track. I think you hit most of these. One thing you didn't, it says, did you have a conversation with your neighbors?
I received emails from the neighbors, and no, I did not have a private meeting with them, but the result of this drawing 3.2 is my attempt to work with, the only neighbor who has written letters is this one, with the two-story walls facing each other.
Okay.
And this, yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. Before we go to questions and comments from the board, the chair shall open it for public comment. Do we have public comment? Yes. Mr. Is it Arneson? Aronson. Okay.
I'm the neighbor next door.
Okay. If you could, before you start speaking, if you could maybe grab that chair and you could speak into that one. Either one. This all gets recorded, so.
Not a problem. How you doing?
Okay.
I'm the neighbor next door, just to the east in the two-story house. And I've attempted a couple times to get in touch with you and speak with you about the house, and I have not received any.
This is your house right here.
Correct. Not received any return, anything. So I did get a chance to look at the plan earlier because I got here early. And I do think that the house is a great improvement to what's there now. I think it's a lot better than what you showed last time. My concerns are a couple. Since I'm on the east side of you, my concern is that since you're building from almost property line to property line on a large lot, the house has become kind of boxy, in my opinion. It's almost as wide as it's deep, and most of it's two-story. And my main concern is on the east side to what I see. I just see a blank wall. When I built my house, I was cognizant of my neighbor next to me and stuck with the buffer that most of the houses have with the driveway, 15 to 16 feet on the east side of the house, next to the adjacent two-story house on the east side of mine. And I'm curious of why that wasn't done here to match the rest of the homes. The fireplace looks massive from my side. It infringes into the 6-foot setback, which I don't know if it's allowed or not. I think from last meeting they said it was. But it seemed to have grown from last time, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems huge, and that's what I'm looking at. So I'm basically looking at, from the 9 windows that I have on the west side of my house, just a big, large 2-story mass. So I have windows all through here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 windows going that way. Less windows on the other side, but more on this side. And what I'm seeing, if you see in the elevation, if you want to turn to the elevation, the east elevation, just one big mass.
You can do it on this sheet right there.
I built my house many years ago and was instructed to put some kind of reveal on that mass. So it's this one here. And this is just one big line, very high. And this element, which is your fireplace element, is extremely high, probably 4 foot from the property line. It's almost 10 foot from my house. So that'd be kind of my concern. The windows don't show what's going on down here, but I'm assuming that you've looked into it. I would like to see a larger buffer on that side. Just like I said, like the rest of the homes, I provided some pictures that I sent. Almost every home on the block has a driveway that goes all the way to the back with the garage in the back, and those homes were built, of course, a lot earlier than this one, and that created a nice buffer between homes. What's happening here is, to me, is more of a Los Angeles type environment where everyone's building from property line to property line, which I guess they're allowed to do, and going as high as they can. It's creating these massive homes in this small neighborhood. Now, my home is one of the larger ones. Actually, it's not anymore. It was when I built it, but it's more rectangular than square. So I allowed for the buffer on the east side of my home to the house adjacent to me, which does have a two-story element, respecting that. And I like to see the same respect from this house. Once again, I do think it's a great improvement from what's there. I think the improvements that Ted, right?
Yeah.
That Ted made are nice from last time, but the east side to me is just still too massive.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments? We did receive a letter from Ms. Arnson.
That's
yeah, so I think you covered everything that you said in your letter. So I think we all have copies of that letter. So, Cheryl, anything further? No. Cheryl, close to public comment. Bring it back to the board. Before I do that, Mr. Ng, is there anything we need to know from staff?
No.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to questions. Who would like to start?
I'll start if I may. The first question that pops up is that it doesn't look like, is this accurate here that shows that the...
Which drawing you're looking at?
I'm looking at the cover sheet.
Okay, let's see if we can get back so I can show it on the screen. Okay.
I'm looking at the cover sheet, and my first question is, it doesn't look as though the neighbor has the same setback.
This is taken directly from the city's GIS CAD. I don't know why it's not rectangular to the property lines, but I wasn't about to begin correcting it.
No, if that's how
that's
it
how
shows
the
up.
city has it on CAD.
So could this gentleman have built his house without adhering to a 6-foot setback? Or
No,
I'm
I
just
wouldn't-
curious
I wouldn't
because
allege
that could have a lot to do with his woes, is the fact that he doesn't have an appropriate setback
I
on
believe
his side.
his house is parallel to the property line and a perfect 6 foot away.
It is?
I believe it is.
Okay,
It looks
so
that way.
that's
If you
just a
measure this
city
drawing at this end,
glitch. Okay.
it shows 6 feet at that point,
Yeah, but not in the back.
but not here because somehow this is
It got
not
skewed.
parallel to the property line.
But that's not the truth, right?
Right, and the GIS
excuse me.
files don't show these property lines as being parallel either.
I see.
Even though they're listed in the file as having the
Okay.
same bearing.
Okay,
It's
so
very hard to deal with,
it-
but
yeah. So okay, so that was the first glaring
within
thing that
about a-
came up.
Okay. So in essence, I think, just I'm trying to get this clear.
Yes.
The setbacks for this zone is 6 feet.
Yes.
So this housing, the house that's being proposed is 6 feet from the property line.
And so is the neighbor.
And it appears that more or less, this is roughly 6 feet also from the property line.
This is
Okay.
parallel condition.
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
think
so
there's
so
anything
then
wrong
this
with his
is
setback.
just a glitch in the actual.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with his setback.
All right. All right. Good.
And the intent here is to build parallel with the property
Yeah.
line.
Yeah. So when someone says building lot line to lot line, you're really building setback to setback.
Yes.
Correct.
And it's a 60-foot lot, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, what was my other question? Well, I'll move it to someone else
Okay.
while I'm thinking.
I have no
Brian,
questions.
Jamie, questions? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
When this was here before, did we talk about the east side? And did we discuss the east side before?
To the east side in reference to
To the neighbor?
Yeah, he had a letter with similar concerns that was read at the beginning, and also was asked to study the window locations.
Basically that.
But there wasn't, my rationale for massing the house towards that property line and away from the other property line seemed to go without discussion.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Okay. Brian, you had no questions? Just some clarification questions on your, where is it? I wrote it down here. On your west elevation, if we can go to that west elevation.
3.2.
3.2. We may have to look at two elevations to make it clear to me, but I think it's there. So there's 3.1. it appears that these are now square columns, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I go to 3.2, that's still showing around, so is that's
Okay,
incorrect?
no, that should look like the
Should
square
look like that,
column is,
okay.
I'm sorry. That's a-
Okay, and then you talked about your 8-foot plate height. The relationship in plan, I know you kind of verbally touched on it, but in plan on the second floor, the relationship of your balcony to the neighbor's balcony is what? Maybe it's on site.
You really can only see it on the site plan. So here's this balcony.
Okay.
And it is in line with the two-story part.
So is there a it
No,
comes across here?
If I could use your pen.
Sure.
On camera. Here's that pop-out balcony on the
Oh,
back.
it's down here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that, where is that? That's this photograph right here?
Yes.
So that is down here?
And I was asserting that there would be no view from this balcony into our balcony.
Okay, so if one stands in the balcony, okay. All right, and then the trees in the backyard, you say you're going to keep that back 2 rows of fruit trees or citrus trees. And then this is the question that my landscape colleagues maybe want to address. On the front yard, can we go to your front yard landscape plan, please? I would like you guys to comment on whether or not the paving surface in here, and I'm assuming those are permeable pavers, presents a problem on making sure that oak tree survives. That's just a question to you guys. Setbacks, I think we finally cleared that up. And I think at our last meeting, you did share with us that you meet the solar ordinance in terms of the...
Yeah, this is north.
Okay, so you've kind of...
there would be no...
Covered that, okay. That was my questions. Let's go to... Any further questions? Let's go to comments. This project is here. This is the second concept review. We can certainly continue to review the project with comments. We could give it project design approval with or without comments, or we can take other action, but those are maybe the 2 areas we may want to explore. So, who would like to start with comments?
I'll start, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I appreciate what you've done. I think you've come a long way. I think you're going in the right direction. There's a couple things I noticed that I think, and it's not like you're in a neighborhood full of architectural gems, so it's, but where are they? I'll just, on this floor plan, I guess I should do it on here. Sheet 2.1. I think you're going in the right direction with the tower, but to have this really tight corner is really awkward. If there was some way you could have some kind of resolution similar to that to here, I think that would help. I don't know if moving it over, but this is like really an awkward kind of weakness in the design. The other thing, this is one of the things this big roof element you have is really here. This is a real weak spot. Look, you got these long. Somehow this has got to be reduced or flow a little better, because that's a very strange look to have these long roofs. And with a computer, you get this funny thing. I got the idea of what you're doing. Yeah. You got to be careful too, because I noticed there were some places you had these breaks. Yeah, the consistency here. This detailing. Well, it tells me you're doing an Andalusian house. These are the Edwards and Plunkett classic scallop plastering, but then you're introducing something here that's more of an Italianate kind of look. I know that's not accurate. So I think you need to really study your detailing. This is very awkward too. You've got it popped out, which to me is a modernized classical look. So I think there needs to be a little more study in how you're going to terminate these capitals. Okay. This whole system of stonework could be really enhanced and played with. It could vary, like you see around the courthouse. All those arches are, you could put a lot of personality to it. As far as the east elevation goes, I was saying, it is a big box, and this chimney is a primary factor, I think, that's very detracting. I think there could be a little more creative license in terms of how it's running up the side of the wall, not just this straight, large, giant, it could, undulate or something. And I think you really need to study. There are a lot of great books out, G.W. Smith. There are a lot that just do chimney tops.
Without the shingles.
Yeah, just look at them, because this proportion is very strange looking. It doesn't work. In fact, it kind of dominates when you look at it in this angle with everything else. I know Fred will have more comments, but yeah, this it's almost there, but like I said, it needs to be worked on. I think those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Woolery, comments?
Yeah, my comment would be to address what you had asked us to look at here with the front walkway, and that is a little tight on that oak, the paving. I don't know if you swing out a little further, or somehow come in and make this cut a little deeper here. Something to give a little bit more soil surface around that oak is probably going to really be beneficial for the tree.
Just more distance.
Yeah, a little more distance to them.
Is still
it's still it's permeable, but whenever you're doing any kind of construction around an oak in the root zone like that, you're compromising the tree. So you want to stay as far out to the edge of the drip line as you can. Although I know that's not going to be completely possible here, but.
Well, we'll work. That one is kind of a gem. It's like 20 feet tall, 25 feet tall,
then you really
and it's very well
protect
shaped.
Yeah, so if you can pull that walkway away from that, maybe come in a little bit deeper here, and ease that in. That would help that tree quite a bit. What else I want to say? I wanted to look and see for the benefit. There are no tree plantings on the eastern. Is there any trees at all that are planted along this lot line, eastern lot line, to give some relief between the two properties? I know you've got 2 stories on both sides of you,
the 6-foot setback. No, there's no plan to do that right now. There'll just be something climbing on the fence.
All right.
And this is what's happening right now. There's one tree, a big ornery pine, and everything else is just.
Is that pine
shrubs.
Staying, or is that the one that was going?
No, this one has to go.
It has to go. Yeah. That's unfortunate, because certainly trees do help, minimize that and give some more privacy between the two stories. Okay, that's all I have for now, I guess.
Jamie, question or
I think everybody pretty much covered what I would have to say.
I think Brian covered a lot of my architectural issues. I think, Brian, you're correct. I think this is a very nice form that you've now created there. I think the proportions are really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how that cylinder engages the house, and that's the awkward piece. With regards to the fireplace, yeah, you're kind of mixing some Italianate with Spanish Andalusian style. So I think you really got to restudy the fireplace structure.
Yeah.
I think it can be proportioned down, and certainly that top piece can probably be fairly elegant, but right now it's top heavy. And on my own home, the one thing I look at every single day is the stupid mistake I made on my fireplace. It just overwhelms 2 sides of the house. Every time I walk down the street, walking the dog, I look and I go, God, if I ever had to do that again, I'd reduce the whole thing by 3 feet in every direction. So I think if you restudy the fireplace form, that would be very helpful. The other thing you might do, if I'm looking at the second floor, right now you've got a dimension of 5.5 feet to the counter, and you barely got the code requirement to get that potty to work in there and get the door to work and the counter. So you might play with the idea. One of the things I was thinking about, certainly, if this is the property line and I'm sketching to you, this is the neighbor's house, more or less, with its second floor. And you've kind of done similarly on this side, is if you could figure out a way to drop this wall back a little bit.
On the second floor.
On the second floor. That would give some relief, at least in this corner. The other thing you would do, and then the fireplace, maybe that gets adjusted a little bit. If you could move that back a little bit, that would get you some roof tile. Then the other thing, under the new hedge ordinance, you can go to 8 feet with a hedge here on your side of the property. And I noticed that on that photograph, there's a hedge on this side, and I don't know what that measures, but under the new hedge ordinance, you can go as high as 8 feet. You could go as high as 12 feet if you can get concurrence from the other property owner. Now, I don't know if the adjacent property owner wants a 12-foot hedge, because obviously they have windows down here, et cetera, but that would give you the opportunity to create some kind of buffer, and given the fact that it's probably going to be difficult to get a tree in that second, maybe how you select the hedge or some other element to soften this side from that neighbor might help in terms of how you get that to work. So that's something you might want to study, is just that relationship, particularly right here. Here you're probably not going to be able to do too much. One of the other questions, I think, to my fellow board members, I'll come back to you in a minute, Brian,
sure,
is we have a guideline about 15 feet from the property line for balconies.
Yep.
And I don't recall, did we talk about that last time?
Yeah.
And what did we?
And I asked the question, can the board still support a balcony within the zone if it's done differently?
If it was what?
If it was done differently than I showed up with last time.
Okay. So we did kind of talk about that. Okay. I couldn't
What I did
remember.
was I reduced it from 10 feet to 8'8", and I added this semi-solid.
Okay. Wall in there.
Wood
Okay.
work.
Okay. So I think in general, given Brian's comment about the architecture, if you kind of address those and address this piece, then I think we're getting closer. So Brian,
I was just going to say, I think you can reduce some square footage up here too. You've got some room to play with. I think a standard bathroom is 5 foot, not 5'6". That's a pretty huge shower. So I think you've got a lot of wasted space. So I think you can pull this. Something in here can be reduced quite a bit. Also, I think
you've got some room to play with there.
Yeah.
Okay. Additional comments. Okay, it's here for a concept review. We can choose to give it project design approval with comments. We can have it come back for some further review with comments. So, Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll give it a try. I think it needs to come back for one more round. I think we moved to continue the project. Do you want it indefinitely or 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. I think with the following conditions are comments. The board appreciates the direction you're going with the style of the architecture. We think you're going in the right direction. We'd like you to study your tower element and how it relates to how it intersects with the wall to the garage, a smoother transition. Also explore studying the master bath and indenting that wall and adding a little variance to this side wall. Also study the proportions and style of your fireplace, which may, we ask you to look at reducing square footages possibly in this area. We'd like you to look at adding more space for the drip line of the existing oak tree in the front, expanding the area where the trunk is as far as the pavers relate to the tree. And Fred is pointing to something, and I don't recall what
hedge.
The hedge. Oh,
landscape.
Show a hedge.
And show a hedge. Is that correct?
Some landscape element.
Some kind of.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I just thought of something that might really be beneficial, and that is that there is a very skinny, tall tree that goes up, and it has beautiful little yellow flowers called Hymenospermum flavum, and they're very Hymenospermum, it's called, and it's this really thin tree, goes up and has a nice little upright canopy, and it would be this would be an ideal situation for that tree to to give some relief.
Where did you want that located?
Just along that eastern property line,
All right.
where there's some conflict.
So there's the suggestion of a minisporum type tree.
Hymenosporum.
Hymenosporum on the eastern, as a suggested landscape element on the eastern side. And I think that's it.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it. Did you want to specify, you were saying reducing the upstairs in this area, and that was the master bedroom?
I still think it's open. Frankly, overall, I think there's some reduction of square footages that can be done, and I would recommend it. I think it is a little large in that property, so I would explore that.
Okay, the neighbor's about ready to leave, so if you could stay just a moment more, sir. So that's the motion on the floor. There is a second. I would suggest to the maker of the motion that we add just a little piece so it gets in the record, that you make an effort to work out the landscape element with the easterly neighbor. So you can come to either a hedge or the suggested tree element that was just put into the motion or something so that you both can come to an agreement, because you certainly don't want to plant something that the neighbor is going to object to. So if you guys could put your heads together and solve that, that would be most helpful. So could you add something to the motion to that?
It's motioned that the client consult with the neighbor in terms of working out the hedge landscaping on the eastern side of the property.
Okay, so that's added. Is that acceptable
Yes.
to the seconder? Okay, is there any further conversation? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you. Okay. We're at 6 o'clock and we're still running ahead, only because we had to let one project go completely. Okay, so we're at 20 Pueblo Vista Road. Is the applicant here yet?
Yeah.
See somebody coming forward? Okay, excellent. Okay, this is a new item. This is a proposal to construct a 620 square foot second story addition to an existing 2,017 square foot two-story single family residence with an attached 2-car garage. The project includes removal of as-built alcove at the north elevation of the residence and permitting of the as-built reconfiguration of two bedrooms on the second floor into one master bedroom. The proposed total of 2,637 square feet on a 14,268 square foot lot in the Hillside Design District is 62% of the required maximum floor to lot area ratio. This project will address violations in Zoning Information Report ZIR 2014-00281. This is here for a concept review. Action may be taken if sufficient information is provided. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Cesar Cruz. I'm the designer on the project.
Welcome. If you could share with us what you're doing on the project.
Should we start with the violations and get those out of the way? Or do you wanna
whatever way you want to present.
Okay. The alcove is in this location here. It's going to be completely demoed. Something that was...
The street is out here.
Right. Sorry about that. Yes, the street's here toward the back of the house. I was going through my photos here and see if you can see it right here.
So that's this line right there?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. The second violation was in the second story interior walls. They removed a wall, created one room out of two.
Is that shown on the plan?
Yeah. This is the original configuration or floor plan. This wall was removed to create one large master.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that being said, I will go ahead and start with the overall, again, the street in this location here, driveway, garage door here, 2-car garage. From this point into that would be east?
West.
West, sorry.
South.
Yeah, west is 2-story. And we're going to be adding this second floor addition above the existing 2-car garage.
Okay.
existing second floor, existing first floor, 2-car garage. There is a breezeway in between here. No bedrooms down below. Upstairs, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. This is the existing exterior second floor. I'm going to continue the wall lines to create one large family room or great room or entertainment room here. There's an existing deck that we're going to match for the new bedroom, and then have two more bedrooms with a total of 2.5 baths. So we're basically, as far as bedrooms are concerned, we're not increasing the number of bedrooms per the original existing floor plan. We are adding another bath. This is existing south elevation street view, and this would be the addition. The addition does cantilever out, which we would provide some corbels underneath, which is above the garage door. Cantilevers out about 15 to 16 inches. This is the existing deck, second floor deck, and we'll be matching that with one in the master bedroom. Existing view, east elevation, existing roof structure that would be removed to accommodate the second floor addition with corbels again here. This is the west elevation. It's not going to change. It's existing and proposed. And then this is the rear or north elevation that has an existing cantilever corbel design that we're trying to match on this side here above the garage door. The alcove that we discussed earlier is approximately in this location here, right underneath that cantilever area.
Okay.
And I believe that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let us go to public comment before we go to questions. Do we have any public comment? Okay. And I don't think you handed me letters. I think we have no public comment. Chair will close public comment and bring it back to the board. For questions, who would like to start? Brian.
Just kind of some clarification on your. I just saw it on elevation real quickly. Where did I see that? Next one.
The rear north elevation.
What's going on here?
Yeah, this garage, if I can show you better on the floor plan, it doesn't line up with the existing wall.
Okay.
It comes out about a foot.
So it's behind a little bit.
Yeah, I could show you on that site plan, plot plan. I could see it also right on the floor plan.
Oh, I see. I get a paper cut. Watch.
Yeah, this
it pops out.
Right. This pops out more than what our existing comes out here. This is that portion that has the corbels underneath. The garage comes out approximately, I have to check my measurements, but it's probably a foot out, further out. So it doesn't line up with that wall there.
So if I'm reading this right, there should be a dash line.
Yeah,
in
you
here.
are correct. Yes, there should be a dash line coming across.
So it indents a little bit?
Yeah.
Or
No,
is
it comes
naturally?
in like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this indents a little bit, right.
Okay.
That's what he was just mentioning with that roof structure that's on that one elevation, and then it comes across right here.
Okay.
Yep, that's my question.
Denise, questions?
No questions.
Okay. Jamie, questions? No questions? Okay. I want to go back to the elevations. So this is a new window.
That's where this breezeway is at?
Okay, so that's a new window where the breezeway is. That's the existing window. This has a little piece of existing decorative something or other in it, correct? Some kind of stained glass thing.
Exactly.
Okay. And then this is a new window. Right. Okay. And then if I go to the other elevation, that's a new window?
No, this is all existing.
That's the, okay, this is on the existing
This is
side.
proposed, this is existing.
Okay.
Nothing's going to change.
And these are new.
These are new, these are existing.
Those are existing. This is new garage doors.
Existing.
Oh, okay, so you're going to keep the garage doors that are
Garage
there.
doors,
more or less,
location
okay.
and size and everything's going to remain.
And that's an existing
And
window,
we're going to be
correct?
adding two lines on each side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the owners wanted to have that.
Okay. And are those going to be operable?
No.
Okay, and then I noticed when I was at the site yesterday that you're re-roofing under a separate permit.
Right.
And you're putting back the roof tiles that were on the original house.
Right.
So I'm assuming the tiles on the new piece you're adding are going to match that roof. And what I couldn't tell, traditionally, we use a double starter row. Do you know what they're doing there?
You know, to be honest with you, I do not know what they're doing there.
Okay. One of the things I think I would be interested in is getting an answer as to whether or not the roof that's being put back on has a double starter row.
Okay.
That would be just to see what's going on there. The breezeway, I think we talked about. That's going to be a comment. First floor. Oh, I know. On this door that you've got, where you took the wall down, there's a little violation, which is where is that?
No, that would be violation.
That's
here.
this door.
Right.
That door.
Yes.
Okay.
same
Where
door.
does that cord go into?
This room here.
Oh, into the family room.
Right.
Okay. And are these
Cabinets.
So they be full height cabinets or
Those are
something?
full height built-in cabinets.
Okay,
right.
up to the ceiling.
Yes.
Okay. Are they there now? Or?
Yes, they're there now.
Okay, they're there now. Okay. Okay. And there's no glazing in that door, right? It's just a solid door.
No, right. It's just a solid door.
Whatever that elevation.
Yes.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Okay. Let's bring it back. Any other questions? Let's bring it back to the board for comments.
Yeah, Mr. Carroll.
Okay, Brian.
This project kind of has the similar issues as the last one. It's a Spanish colonial, and some issues about proportions. And I don't know if it's the computer drafting or what, but a couple glaring issues is this huge window is just not correct. I mean, there's a certain massing and study of how windows go, and you've got this kind of works, and in the original, that's really cute. That's right here. And you can see this kind of worked. You know, this whole thing worked. But now you're adding this whole extension. You've lost that balance. And so what you need to do is somehow achieve a different kind of balance, a different kind of size of windows in here. These kind of fight each other. I could see there used to be a round window there. Yeah, there you are. So up next, this is classic. See how this kind of flows, and then this kind of gets stretched. So there needs to be some sensitivity in how this works. These three windows seem to fight each other, and I think this window's way too big. You know, you can kind of see what was going on here with this around, how that really flows. This is really awkward. This needs to be worked on. Somehow, you need to resolve this whole thing needs to be worked out. And again, how you place the windows, how everything proportions. It's got to flow, and I can't be more specific, but this doesn't flow.
Okay.
It's kind of struggling. And I think those are my only comments.
Okay. Denise, comments?
He just said all my comments. So.
Jamie, comments?
Had a lot of mine too, and then at the last minute I was looking at the north elevation. And I guess, I'm just guessing, but it seems to me that if this side could also be give a lower profile than the center, it seems like it would help.
Maybe, varying the plate heights might be an answer.
Okay. Other comments?
Nope, that's it.
I'm going to go back to, I tend to agree with everyone's comments so far. I'm going to go back to the front elevation. Because this house, is fairly prominent to the street, and, in the fabric of the other houses sitting next to it. So I think you've got an opportunity here to really make a significant improvement to the current house. As I think Brian pointed out, the current house has some nice features, but I think how you treat this attached element is really important. And I think instead of having maybe this all in one plane, getting this mass to either pop out or go back would be very helpful. And I think that would then help you resolve this whole arrangement of these windows. You have this window here, which is kind of nice, but it's still a little bit awkward. It's not a perfectly proportioned element, but it is a nice little element. I would have done it differently, but I think you've got an opportunity now, and I understand why you want this big window out here, because you're looking right down at the ocean and the city and all that cool stuff. But I think how you treat this window, or maybe it has to be a grouping of windows. In traditional Spanish architecture or Mediterranean architecture, there may have been a grouping of arches or a grouping of windows that give you a full view. So I think that needs to be studied. And you've got a little bit of conflict here. You've got various window types. And, part of the conflict here is if you go look at the Santa Barbara Courthouse, and if you look at the south elevation of the jail wing, you got every window in the world there. I mean, that probably would never get approved today. That's an example of the extreme. But I think you have an opportunity, as Brian points out here, to rethink these window arrangements to make that work. I think I like the idea of the balcony is cool there. It kind of goes along with what's already here. I think this arrangement of the windows needs to have further study. And I'm assuming this house is not air conditioned, but it might be. But one of the ways to really cool this house, particularly with this big south exposure that takes a lot of heat, is talking to your clients about making these elements operable on the two sides. If you're going to go through that effort to introduce them,
I'm sure it won't be a problem. Yes.
and you might look at the proportions. They don't quite work just yet. And maybe it's because we're looking at this obliquely. So when you come back, maybe if you can give us a flat-on elevation, that might help us understand what's going on. I think on the back side here, not that anybody's going to see this, but your client's going through a lot of effort to spend some money here, and everybody's got budgets. But you might think about, particularly because this is coming off the family room, maybe that's a French door with some glazing in it, or maybe it's a wood door with some carved elements, or maybe a little bit more money is spent on that door, just because it's coming out onto your backyard patio or whatever. That you might want to take a look at that, and also you're introducing. You've got some nice windows showing on. Where's the garage? The garage. You've got some nice windows here, and so obviously you're spending some money on divided lights. You might think about that on the other elevations. So you're kind of mixing all kinds of window types. And maybe if you're a little more consistent, that might work a little better. And then this is a question to my landscape colleagues as to whether or not we think you saw in the pictures of the existing house whether we need some partial or some idea of additional landscaping, maybe not, but part of the composition of the house has to do with the landscaping. You have currently you have this kind of nice vine, and you've got some trees here. So are those going to stay there? Obviously, this has to change because that's going to change. Don't know if that stay here. So maybe some comments from my landscape colleagues on the board might be helpful in terms of giving you direction. These are the current doors. That's why I was asking you, because these doors don't appear to be those doors as you've drawn them.
No,
so
I misunderstood you. I thought you meant the location of the doors, but you meant the actual doors.
Yeah, so if you're going to go to a new door, we're going to want to see what that door actually looks like. And if these are purchased doors, then maybe a catalog cut. If they're custom made, then maybe some details. And then certainly any exterior lighting. Right now, you've got on the back side, you've got a light fixture here. There's some fixtures up here that may not be appropriate and new, so we'd probably want to see what that looks like. So those would be my comments.
I have another comment.
Yes, Brian.
Mr. Chair, I was studying the floor plan. I'm kind of curious. Question of efficiency of space, because we have a very sizable family room here, but now you have this gigantic hall-like great room, and I'm thinking there's a way of arranging. You don't necessarily need something this large. It's not an efficient floor plan. I think there's something could be done here where you can pull this back or something, because I think this great room was way oversized. I think it can be reduced considerably, and the arrangement of these bedrooms could work a little more efficiently. So I think that's another thing to explore.
Yeah, you might. I'm not sure that the room is, Brian, maybe too excessively big. Maybe it isn't. But you may want to go through the exercise with your client of laying out furniture in that room, of how they think they're going to use it. Because what may happen is you may find that dimension may not work. It might be too tight. If you're going to put a sofa in there and a game table and stereo and some big screen TVs and whatever, if indeed that's going to be a big family room, most families like the new TV. What wall is that going to go on, et cetera. So you might work with your client to make sure they understand how that room's going to get laid out, because you may find out that the dimensions don't work. Given the fact you're going to have a sofa and a chair and whatever. So you might, that the inside of the house is not really our purview, but it does have some effect on the shape of the building.
I know, and I talked to them about it briefly, but they wanted that size. They know the size of the room now.
That's fine, but you kind of
I understand.
need to make sure they understand how furniture is going to get put in there.
Yes, I completely understand where you're coming from.
All right, other comments?
With regard to the landscape, I think it would be helpful, because there's going to be a lot of demo, is to, it appears just like on A1, you have these trees. I don't know if that's what's actually...
I just put those there to show the large trees, but it wasn't, I don't have, obviously, a landscape
If
plan.
we could have, like, what is existing,
Got it. Okay.
trees and vines next to the house, or whatever's happening near the house, show us what's existing so that we can determine if we need anything more.
Is there an FAR on this?
Yeah, it's 62%.
Okay.
And did your pictures show, maybe you could give us some better pictures of the yard, of what's...
The yard?
Yeah, the existing.
And the driveway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other comments? Okay, so this is here for a concept review. We can take any action, but I'm getting the feeling that somebody may want to make a motion for continuance with comments, but I'll leave it up to you. Who wants to make the motion?
Yes. Oh, you want me to do it again? All right, we want to. I'll make a motion to continue this project with the following comments or conditions. The board appreciates the effort the designer has made in keeping the design of the house consistent. We'd like the client to study the windows arrangement on particular the south elevation and that balcony element, and seeing if there's a different way of the way that they're proportioned together. Explore possibly altering the plate height. The board is appreciative and supports the second balcony. Suggesting adding a French door on the north elevation. Also study on the north elevation this roof element on the garage and the window elements, and make sure that the design of the windows are consistent throughout the structure. Let's see. Study possibly seeing a more efficient use of the great room on the second floor with the surrounding bedrooms. I'll let you, with your design creativity, look at that, but explore possibly maybe reducing the size of the second floor. That might help in terms of how it relates to the first floor and the existing. That's my comments as far as architecture. Would someone like to
talk about the plate height?
I think the plate heights are fine.
Okay, because you did say something.
Exploring the possibility of maybe altering the plate height over here, but that's not a requirement.
That's not really a possibility, is it? I mean, going lower than, if you want to reduce the overall height of the structure.
Yeah, it's only 8 feet.
It's only 8 feet now.
Now, but one of the things that you can do in Andalusian architecture or Spanish architecture is if this is your second floor element, a lot of times, if you look at George Washington Smith and some others, what they did on the second floor, even though the bulk of the room is 8 feet, they lowered the outside wall plate to 7 feet or 7.6, so it kind of gives you ability to play with that roof form a little bit. So you might want to, you can think about that, particularly if you choose to kind of, I know that you might want to explore, you may be making this big room a vaulted ceiling of some sort, even if it's done like that. So you might have some ability to play with breaking up that mass a little bit.
So
just by using that trick.
I have a question. Do you, just kind of a side question, do you do this completely on the computer or do you hand sketch it?
No, I do everything on the computer.
See, the thing I've noticed with people who do all computer is there's from my experience, because I come from hand drafting, it limits your freedom in terms of playing around and sketching over and adding, like tracing a window and just playing with it. Because when you're limited to a machine, you're kind of stuck. And I think I sense a lack of freedom in terms of you're playing with the design and massaging it. And as Fred suggests, looking at a possibility of lowering the, you're kind of like, well. So anyway, I'm just saying that as something for you to look at. You're kind of building a building that looks like it was built in the 1920s. So you really want to mesh yourself in that style, the proportions, how they did that, that kind of that look. So anyway, that's just my suggestions. Okay, sorry.
Did you make a motion already? I'm sorry.
Well, he was in the middle of it.
Yeah, I got all sidetracked. I apologize. Can you repeat what I've said so far?
So far I have a motion to continue this project. I didn't catch indefinitely or 2 weeks.
2 weeks or indefinite?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Okay, and with the comments to study the window arrangement and balcony elements of the south elevation, explore altering the plate and roof height as we just discussed. The board appreciates the new balcony on the second story. On the north elevation, further study the addition above the garage and study a more efficient floor plan at the second floor great room.
The back of the garage, that roof element, study that roof, that first story roof element on that second to the last comment. That's my motion.
All right. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I think some landscape comments may have been left out. So you want to add a friendly amendment?
Would the person who made to to also add existing conditions of the landscape and additional photos of the existing landscape.
Did you get that? Yes, I accept that.
Okay, that's the motion. Any further comments, discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So carried. Okay, we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're at 6:25. Our next item is scheduled for 7 o'clock. I believe, yes, 7 o'clock. And so in order for the public to be able to make comments, we'll recess for 25 minutes and come back.
They'll see it's all right with me. People will say we are in love.
East of the sun and west of the moon, we'll build a dream house of love, dear, near to the sun in the day, near to the moon at night. We'll live in a lovely way, dear, living on love and pale moonlight, just you and I, forever and a day. Love will not die, we'll keep it that way. Up among the stars we'll find a harmony of life to a lovely tune. East of the sun and west of the moon, dear. East of the sun and west of the moon. Just you and I, forever and a day. Love will not die, we'll keep it that way. Up among the stars we'll find a harmony of life to a lovely tune. East of the sun and west of the moon, dear. East of the sun and west of the moon.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world is in slumber, oh, the time friends without number, darling, when I say to you, do you love me as I love you? Are you my life to be, my dream come true, or will this dream of mine fade out of sight like the moon growing dim on the rim of the hill, in the still chill of the night.
I fell in love with you the first time I looked into them there eyes. You have a certain little cute way of flirting with them there eyes. They make me feel so happy, they make me feel so blue. Falling, no stalling, in a great big way for you. My heart is jumping, you started something with them there eyes. You better look out, little brown eyes, if you're wise. Sparkle, bubble, they're gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble. Oh, them their eyes. With you the first time I looked into you, have a certain little cute way of flirting. They make me feel so happy, they make me feel so blue. Falling, no stalling, in a great big way for you. My heart is jumping, you started something with them there eyes. You better look out, little brown eyes, if you're wise. Sparkle, bubble, they're gonna get you in a whole lot of trouble. I'm looking for the boy with the wistful eyes. I fell in love with them there eyes.
Smoking, drinking, never thinking of tomorrow. Nonchalant, diamonds shining, dancing, dining with some man in a restaurant. Is that all you really want? No, 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 no. Sophisticated lady, I know you miss the love you lost long ago. And when nobody is nigh, you cry. They say into your early life, romance came, and in this heart of yours burned a flame that flickered one day and died away. And then, with disillusion deep in your eyes, you learn that fools in love soon grow wise. The years have changed you somehow. I see you now. Smoking, drinking, never thinking of tomorrow. Nonchalant diamonds shining, dancing, dining with some man in a restaurant. Is that all you really want? No, 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 no. Sophisticated lady, I know. You miss the love you lost long ago. And when somebody is nigh, you cry, you cry, you
My story is much too sad to be told, but practically everything leaves me totally cold. The only exception I know is the case when I'm out on a quiet spree, fighting vainly the old ennui. And I suddenly turn and see your fabulous face. I get no kick from champagne, mere alcohol doesn't thrill me at all. So tell me, why should it be true that I get a kick out of you? Some, they may go for cocaine. I'm sure that if I took even one sniff, it would bore me terrifically too. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to see you obviously do not adore me. I get no kick in a plane flying too high with some gal in the sky. Is my idea, nothing to do. Yet I a kick out of you.
Summer, you old Indian summer, you're the tear that comes after June time's laughter. You see so many dreams that don't come true, dreams we fashioned when summertime was new. You're here to watch over some heart that is broken by a word that somebody left unspoken. You're the ghost of a romance in June, going straight, fading too soon. That's why I say farewell to you, Indian summer. To watch over some heart that is broken by a word that somebody left unspoken. You're the ghost of a romance in June, going astray, fading too soon. That's why I say farewell to you, Indian summer, old Indian summer.
To last past Saturday night, I'd like to know it's more than love at first sight. I want a Sunday kind of love. I want a love that's on the square. Can't seem to find somebody to care. I'm on a lonely road that leads me nowhere. I need a Sunday kind of love. I do my Sunday dreaming and all my Sunday scheming, every minute, every hour, every day. I'm hoping to discover a certain kind of lover to keep me warm when Mondays are cold. A love for all my life to heaven to hold. I want a Sunday kind of love. My arms need someone to enfold, to keep me warm when Mondays are cold. A love for all my life to heaven to hold. Don't want a Monday kind, I want a Sunday kind of
Drop that long face, come on, have your fling. Why keep nursing the blues? If you want this old world on a string, put on your dancing shoes, stop wasting time. Put on your dancing shoes, watch your spirits climb. Shall we dance or keep on moping? Shall we dance and walk on air? Shall we give in to despair? Or shall we dance with never a care? Life is short, we're growing older. Don't you beam and also ran? You'd better dance, the lady, dance, little man. Dance whenever you can. Keep on moping. Shall we dance and walk on air? Shall we give in to despair? Or shall we dance with never a care? Life is short, we're growing older. Don't you be and also ran? You'd better dance, the lady, dance, little man. Dance whenever you can.
You and your smile hold a strange invitation. Somehow it seems we've shared our dreams, but where time after time in a room full of strangers. Out of the blue, suddenly you are there. Wherever I go, you're the glow of temptation. Glancing my way in the gray of the dawn, and always your eyes smile that strange invitation. Then you are gone. Where, oh, where have you gone? How long must I stay in a world of illusion? Be where you are, so near yet so far apart. Hoping you'll say with a warm invitation, where have you been, darling? Come into my
beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. My lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing somewhere beyond the sea. She's there watching for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'd go sailing. It's far beyond the stars, it's near beyond the moon. And no, beyond a doubt, my love will lead me there too. We'll meet beyond the shore, we'll kiss just like before. Happy to be my love and me, and never again I'd go sailing.
The Monday, November 3rd Single Family Design Board. And we're now at item number 7, 712 Rockwood Drive. So if the applicant is here, they can come up and sit down here. If you would, please. This is a new item. It's a proposal for a new 1,998 square foot, one-story single-family residence with an attached 476 square foot, two-car garage. The project includes a new driveway, 6 foot tall retaining walls, and a water feature in the front yard. and a pool, spa, and wood deck in the rear yard. 1 pine and 3 oaks located in the front setback are among the existing trees to be removed. Proposed total of 2,474 square feet of development on a 26,742 square foot lot in the Hillside Design District is 52% of the guideline maximum floor to lot area ratio. This is here for comments only because the project still requires an environmental assessment. So if you could introduce yourselves, please.
Sure. I'm Dave Mendrow. My firm's Newman Mendrow Androlitis Architects. And this
Sean Foster.
You have to turn that on.
Sean Foster with Newman Mindro Androlitis Architects.
Thank you.
Lane Goodkind, landscape architect.
Okay, welcome. So if you could kind of explain what
Sure.
you're proposing.
Can I use this set? It's got a few,
Whatever.
few additional things that make it more clear. So to start with this, is there more than one set here, Sean? Just do that one. The site is located on Rockwood Drive. It's adjacent to the Sheffield Reservoir Park. It's actually, our site borders, the south end of our site touches the park. And, so this is an aerial showing that, and then this is an aerial showing a closer up view of the property. So this neighborhood, I was just learning from the neighbor, was probably started in the late 60s and 70s, and most of the lots are developed. This happens to be one of 2 properties in this area that has not yet been developed. The site itself is a bit of a slope. It's about 14% average slope. And so I'm here on behalf of my clients, Todd Wood and Jennifer Mahoney. And the reason they like this site, and the reason I'm excited as an architect to have the opportunity to work on it, is it's really a beautiful site in that it has 3 groupings of oak trees, and associated with those are these really nice natural rock outcroppings. So the driving concept for our design is to really preserve the trees and the rock outcroppings and design the house so that it is really a backdrop to those really nice natural features. So I guess we'll go to the next page. So you can see from the survey, there's this outcropping to the north end of the site. This is Rockwood Drive. The other nice thing about Rockwood Drive is it's actually split. So this is one way going this direction, and then one way going this direction. The site slopes down. The reservoir park's down here. We have this group of oak trees and rocks, this group of oak tree and a rock, and then this group of oak trees and rocks. And so our concept for the design is to place the house within these groupings and really have it relate with them. In doing so, we're working with Peter Wynn, who's an arborist, and we're going to use the caisson foundation system and really minimize grading because we are around the tree roots, also because the site does have a lot of rocks. So we have his support for the design scheme, and of course we have Lane on board too, and who's well versed in landscaping and trees and everything. So the floor plan, what we're doing is this is the flatter portion of the site, so that's where we've located the garage, and there's 2 existing oak trees here, and Peter Wynn confirmed that we can fit a driveway in between those and get a turnaround and have the garage there. And then basically it's a courtyard scheme that embraces this rock formation. Let's see if I've got it. And I have a bunch of photos. I don't know if you'd like to see some of these.
Show whatever you want.
Okay. This is the view of the property from the street. These views here. Yeah. Okay. Keep them here. Okay. So that's that. And then this is the view of the site looking south. These 3 here. this is the view of the site looking north, and this is where you can see the boulders and the trees. Again, really pretty dramatic.
Yeah, a couple of these
site
are like
features.
6 to 8 feet tall. They're like
Quite unique, yeah. These are images of the neighbor to the east who's here with us. And I believe his house was built in the late 60s. These are images of the neighbor to the west. She's also here with us. And this is a view of the neighbor basically to the north of us, a little northwest of us. And then these are views looking from Sheffield Reservoir. And there's actually a stand of trees that really creates a buffer between our property and the reservoir and the pathways.
Okay.
So those are the photos. Those out of the way. So plan-wise, the house is a relatively small house. I think is it 52% of the FAR? It's a single-story home. The entry is here. There's a great room here, and a master suite here, 2 bedrooms here, and a garage there. We have the north courtyard, and then a south wood deck, and then a linear pool and spa. The house is terraced. The master suite and the garage are up about 2 feet, and then it steps down to this lower level. Then we step down again to the deck and the pool area, which are raised off the site. And again, that's because we have basically a 14% grade. So that's that. We go to the building sections. Again, you can see for this site, I think we've done a very good job of minimizing grading. We are creating a little bit of an outdoor area outside of the master bedroom, but basically other than that, we're working with the grades. We also, for the garage, obviously, we need to create a flatter area for the turnaround space. The form of the building, we chose this sloping roof. What that allows is, first of all, it follows the site, lines of the site. We met with the homeowners board, and their 2 requirements were, one, that it couldn't look like a spaceship, and 2 was the roof, if it was visible, couldn't be reflective. So other than that, they knew we were coming here, and that was their main comments. So right now with this roof slope, if you can see, looking both from the north and the south, you don't really see the roof surface. And what this does is it follows the site and allows, when you're in the house, you can look up and see, this isn't showing the rock outcroppings in the trees, but you can see those, and then there's a little peak of the mountains to the north, and then you look down to the site, and that's how we created the roof forms. I think that's it for this. This is a little more of a detail of the floor plan. Again, it's a pretty simple plan. The roof plan's a singular slope. We have a couple of trellises, and we have a spot allocated for solar PV and or thermal for the pool. We're going to explore that more as we move forward. Very simple singular roof plane. These are the elevations. I think it's probably easier to read. We have some perspective drawings, and then we have a little SketchUp model too that we can show you. But again, it's all single story and following the contour of the site. These are views looking from the street, and from around the building, and giving some indication of the, there's ample existing trees. These are the existing trees, which we are going to add more. And these are a little bit more of a bird's eye view. This is a little SketchUp model. Now on this, again, we're just showing existing trees. We're not showing what the proposed landscaping. And so from the street, the house is quite a bit down from the street level and really won't be very visible. I think it's important that, again, that this isn't showing the proposed landscaping. It's just showing more of the house and the architecture. But it does show the deck and the raised pool as well. So conceptually, the materials that we'd like to use are, again, we see the house being a backdrop to the oak trees and the site, and what we'd like to do is use natural materials that are exposed and weather well, and the idea would be the house feels like it's been there for years. So we're going to use natural Santa Barbara sandstone. For the base, we're talking about using exposed board form concrete. And then for the walls and the fascia, we're looking at a gray colored metal, hopefully the zinc here. And doors and windows, either anodized or painted aluminum or wood, and the deck would match that color too, the pool deck, and then white plaster, and then the roof would be a membrane roofing system with a darker gray non-reflective surface, and also the trellises would be a metal frame with a wood material similar to this. I think that covers it.
Okay. Do you have a landscape plan you want to show?
Oh, sorry, Lane. Turn it over to you.
Sure you can see a spotlight over here.
Okay.
Just flatten this out for. So this is conceptual rendering. Dark circles are the existing oaks, so showing you how the architects have done a great job fitting it in between the three main groves there, which is really nice. And then the lighter the open circles would be proposed additions to the oak grove. Sheffield really does have a nice little mini stand down here that have all been, of course, fire pruned, so they're up kind of, the limbs they're kind of leggy, but over time these will really become a pretty dense forest, and I'd like to just amend that so we have a really large grove down here, and so really over time this house is not really visible at all, if at all, from Sheffield. And then from the street and the neighbor's property, the idea is to really make this look like there's some toyon and some manzanita that have always been here, and that eventually they get tall enough so that...
Speak up a bit, we can't hear
Yeah,
us.
you need to be speaking into the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, sure. So the idea is that we have large shrubs and small shrubs mixing in so that it really feels natural and that we're not having anything clipped or sheared or anything formal. And there's two ground planes mixing. One is probably a crushed rock or a mulch that's just left to accumulate oak leaf litter with the boulders popping out of that, and then a grassland mix. So there's really two swaths of the oak leaf crushed rock coming through the house here, one further down, and then a very simple palette of maybe 3 grasses or something like that. And the rest is all shrubs and trees. So it's a really very simple palette, really meant to just work with what's here. It doesn't really need much considering the boulders and the oaks. These 3 trees are in great health here. And that's it. It's really simple. This is a more technical drawing that describes in a little more detail. There are a couple really small, sort of scraggly little oaks over here that will be coming out to make room for this turnout space in the driveway. We're not really losing anything by removing them. That's why I think it's great that this fits in the way it does, just sacrificing those small, scraggly little oaks, and we'll be planting upwards of 7 or more, or however many we have to as a replacement value. And then there's a couple large eucalyptus trees that we'll be taking out just because the owners want to, and they're a fire hazard, and they don't really blend well with the oak environment. We'd like this to be just a really nice, consistent oak canopy and natives underneath. And the other concept is to take all the runoff. This is a one basically panel roof, so it'll be easy to capture it into a dry swale, and we have plenty of opportunity and space here to infiltrate every impermeable surface that we're creating, so we'll be doing that as well. Everything conveniently flows downhill to our open space, so we'll be able to do that.
Okay.
The flat portion of the driveway will be permeable as well. The steeper portion we need to have paved, but
the flatter part and the turnout, yeah. And I've just assembled some palette images of some of the materials that we likely use. There's a couple of the native Nacella grasses, sages, and these are all natives. But the idea is, again, this photo botanic garden, Santa Barbara Botanic Garden-like, with the boulders and very informal outcroppings of native perennials and manzanita. And there's some images of what we'd like to achieve in terms of the broad scale and hardscape, and blending the hardscape with the landscape. Soft, natural materials, and really simple palette of plants, and pervious surfaces, basically just the crushed rock becoming the paving wherever it's needed. And that's it.
Thank you. Anything else you want to share? Okay. Mr. Ring, do we have any letters?
The speaker slip that's okay. Before you is
right.
was submitted as a written
but
copy.
we have no other letters submitted.
I have
okay.
one.
Excuse me.
Didn't bring enough copies.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me just finish. Okay. Get there just a second. So I have one speaker slip with written comments. So is that you, Kathleen?
Yes.
Yeah. So would you like to speak, or you just want to read the letter? Okay. Then if you could come up and use maybe that microphone, please.
Thank you. In general, my name is Catherine Woodford, and I live at 706 Rockwood Drive, which is the property to the west of this
right
property.
There?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a lot either side of us that were empty lots, and our house is in the middle. We bought the house a year ago, and originally it was one big property with 3 lots, and the previous owner split them, and so we have the house in the middle, the remodeled house that was done in the centre of it. We are generally in support of the project. I think they're going to make great neighbours, and they're putting a lot of effort into this. But we do have 3 concerns at the moment. The first one is our most important concern. If you look at the landscape picture that you had up, I think it shows more what our concern is. When they split the lots, they split them into even lots, and they gave an easement for our driveway. So we come in from the road here, and the easement goes around there. It's a very complicated it's a very difficult entrance because as you turn right into the driveway, you come up a kind of a ridge, and then so the headlights are up there, and then they come down, and if you don't know which direction the driveway is going, you can really miss it. Plus, there is a giant rock just there, which is quite beautiful, but it's a giant rock. It looks like someone's cleaved it right through the center. And when we come in, that's the first thing we see, and then we sort of go right down into the driveway, which veers to the right. Our concern is this wall. It's right on the corner, and I have talked to the architects so they are aware. This is the patio wall, and it's right on the edge of the property, of the driveway. It's within the easement for their property, but it's in the setback for their property. But it's right on the corner of our easement. So my concern is that as we come in here, our headlights are going to shine right down there, and that's something they're going to deal with. But my concern with people who don't know the driveway or someone's not feeling, my husband is very, very ill. So, you know, he's pretty good at driving, but when you come in there, my concern is we could drive right into that wall. Now, the architects have explained to me that it's going to be fairly low down because it's going to be high on the other side but low on our side. But that makes me even more nervous because I won't see it as I come in. Nobody will see it. They'll come in and, you know, I think we could run right into that wall. So my preference, and I don't know how it would fit with theirs, is to take that wall back a bit further, reduce the depth of that patio. I understand why they're doing it there because it's a very particularly pretty spot just there with that huge rock.
Ma'am, we have 2 minutes. So
okay, so that's my major concern there because I think it's hazardous. Okay. The second thing is the southwest corner of the proposed construction site is very open to our pool, and I think we probably need to work with us to do some landscaping there to protect some privacy. Our pool is down below the level of this property, and there's no screening because it's always been very open. So that's our second concern. It's privacy. And 3, we'd really like to have some steps taken to make sure that the contractor has some noise and realize there's going to be noise, but some noise and dust abatement during the construction process, and perhaps limit hours of construction, because on the other side up the road we've had a property that's been put in a swimming pool for a year, and it's 7 days a week, so we'd like to have weekends some abatement from the noise and dust. And those are our major concerns. I think the building's great, but this is particularly a concern to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will leave you copies of the letters, the two copies there. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other speakers? The letters, okay. Hearing none, Chair will close public comment and bring it back to the board for questions and comments. Who'd like to start with questions?
I don't have any questions this time.
Denise, any questions?
Not quite ready yet.
Okay. Jamie, questions?
Well, maybe one. As far as like the windows and shading and light at night, and did you have anything in mind as far as drapes or what?
We've talked about
You're going to need to speak into the
Sorry.
microphone.
We've talked about the possibility of using a retractable recessed shade system now, but we haven't gotten in too far into the details. If the concern is visibility of light at night, I think because the house is lower than the street and all the landscaping that we're having around it and the existing oak trees, I don't see that as being too significant. But as we move forward, I think they may very well want that for privacy anyway. So we're going to explore that, and I'd be able to give you some more details after we do that.
Okay.
Okay. While we're waiting for Denise, I have one question of staff. This is a single-story project here before us. Are we in a hillside design district?
It is hillside design district, and you do have a number of retaining walls that are over 6 or at least 6 feet tall.
Okay.
That's a trigger for design review.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Questions back to the board.
Yeah, I have a question. Where are these retaining walls?
Well, if we go to the, you can show it there.
That's retaining, holding it from, because the hill's going down this way.
Right. What happens because of the slope of the site, we're carving out that area for the bedroom at floor level. And then, so from the outside to the street and to the neighbor, it's a 2-foot wall, but to the inside to our client and theirs, it's about 6 feet.
So if that's 0, what is that, more or less, roughly? 6. 6, okay.
Yeah.
And that would be?
The grade outside is 4. It'd be 2 feet down from the 6. Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's another small retaining wall at the turnaround area, and that's 2 to 3 feet.
Okay. And how high is this guy?
The pool, I believe that the very highest point, which is this corner, is close to 6 feet, and then it tapers down to probably 2 feet on that side. I'm guessing. I don't know for sure offhand.
All right. Other questions, Denise?
Yeah, and at that pool, I mean, I think it's a lovely form. Are there any plantings that you have in mind for the base of that, or is it the idea to let it stand as a piece of architecture?
Yeah, I kind of like that aspect of it, and I think that we have so much room to make it disappear from the public. I don't see why there's any reason to not let it be a piece of architecture.
No.
There's a really large rock right in front of it, as there are all over.
No, I agree. It's a nice form. And is there any way that this can be, to alleviate the neighbor's concern here, something can be done here at this corner to mitigate her fears?
Yes, definitely. We're going to study that. We've already talked about it, and we'll go back to the drawing board and see what we can do, because it is getting close to that driveway. Yeah. So the short answer is yes, we're going to study that and see what we can do.
Great.
We're definitely going to have plant screening and things that will help define the driveway. We're not changing the driveway in any sense right now, than what's there now. So I'm hopeful between the screening, because they brought up a concern of ours too, is the headlights, because you always enter this way. We need some sort of landscape screening, and hopefully that defines the edge.
That'll help.
And then we'll study possibly pulling that back too.
Potentially, it just has to come back potentially far enough for a wheel curb, so that the wheel hits the curb before the car hits the wall.
That would be another option, yeah.
Oh, that's a great solution, yeah. Okay, that's all my questions.
Okay. Let's see. My suspicion is, even though you're going to go to caissons, you're going to have some extra boulders, given the site.
Yeah.
What's the general thought about how you're going to do that?
I am showing actually a lot of new placement on one of those plans.
So you've got an idea
along the street. Okay. There's some area that's. It seems like maybe for road construction it was clear, because there's some areas that could use some rocks to really make it fit in with the rest of the site. So these would all be new up here too.
And then in terms of the roof shape, this is probably good. On your roof plan, you're indicating somewhere right in here, future photovoltaics, whatever.
Yes.
Is the slope of that roof at the same slope that you anticipate for the photovoltaics, or do they need to go up a little bit?
No, I'd want to keep them flat.
Okay.
And actually, I think the roof slope will make them relatively efficient that way.
And I think you shared with the fact that it's a membrane roof,
Yes.
single ply membrane roof.
Mhm.
So, okay, I'll save that for comments. The oak trees, I think you explained. Could you share with me? You mentioned some white plaster. Where is that on the elevations? Just walk me through.
Well, it would be the eaves of the overhang.
The underside of the eaves?
And then there's a few select walls. I'm looking here backwards. This one here, yes. This one and this one.
Okay.
On the back side, this fireplace element. So there's not a whole lot of walls to start with, and then the end walls are the metal, and then there's just select wall planes that are plaster.
And then the glazing, are you thinking about any particular color in the glazing, or is it clear?
It'd be clear.
Okay. And then you're going to take down a 20-inch pine. Where is that on the photographs? Is that? Am I looking at the right? Is that guy? No, that's eucalyptus.
It's just behind the eucalyptus there. You can see it. It's a stricken Monterey pine that's got a lot of problems already.
Okay. I was out there the other day and I just didn't remember where it was. Okay. Eucalyptus you talked about. Oh, on your landscape plan, you're showing what appears to be some platforms of some. What is that?
Yeah, it's just a small outdoor patio area. Okay. There's one opening in between some really large boulders. It'll make a really nice place to sit. So you just step up a couple of risers and
so is that going to sit up on top of the boulder, or will we cut out the mat?
No, we would probably if we would just cast right up against it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha. Okay, that's what I wasn't clear about. And then retaining walls, we just asked about. And then in terms of exterior lighting, do you have an idea of where you're going to have exterior lighting at this point?
My understanding is that we would like to have little or none, if possible, as little as possible. At the very minimum, we'll have some down path lights, and perhaps up in the trees we'll mount some down lights to light this patio.
Okay.
And then for the architecture, we'll need lights outside the doors, and those would likely be integrated in with the eaves and be light, recessed down lights.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Any further questions? Okay. This project is here for comments only. Where are you in the environmental assessment process at this point?
This project requires archaeological study. It's located in a prehistoric watercourse buffer. I wanted to have a chance for the board to look at the project first and see where the project would, the configuration and location of the project before proceeding with the archaeological study.
Okay, so basically you're kind of holding for our comments until you do that. That's what you just said. Okay. All right. Okay, comments to the board.
I'll make my comment.
Okay.
I think it's a pretty, I don't want to say benign. I mean, it's almost as if you're trying to build something and have it disappear. Personally, this style of architecture isn't my cup of tea, but I think the way you're massaging it into the property and building it around the trees, I think it's a great design solution. And I do have the concern of this one little area where that's a weird situation you've got there with that driveway with the neighbor. So I think if there's some study to mitigate that, and I guess my other concern being a flat roof, how the flat roof will look from around. And I don't know if you'll ever see it because you're under the canopy of pine trees. But I think it's a great floor plan. I can support it. It's great.
Okay. Denise?
Yes. Yeah, it's a beautiful house. I think it's just a gorgeous piece of architecture. I love the elevated pool. I think that's it makes like a great base for the floating home. It's beautiful. And I think it's the perfect lot for it as well. I really love how you were so sensitive to the placement on the lot. I think it's very nicely placed and with a great respect for the oaks and for the rock outcropping. So it's quite lovely.
Thank you.
And the landscape is really, really in keeping as well, I think.
Okay.
I agree with everything that was just said, and I think it's really a clean, elegant look. I like it a lot.
Okay, thank you. I tend to agree with most everybody's comments. One of the things to think about is this house might be able to be seen from across the way. The reason we're in a hillside design district means that just outside the street and outside the immediate houses, somebody potentially could see this site. So that's why I was asking about the photovoltaics. So my only comment there is when you come back with the photovoltaics, be thinking about the color of the frame and how it integrates with the roof. You know, typically they've got to be black or dark. You've got a gray roof, so you might want to think about what that all looks like. The issue of the pool next door, which is over here, you're over here. I think it's sufficiently far enough away that you probably can come up with a good way to make sure the neighbors are screened, kind of in that corner. And I think you've started to kind of do that.
Talk to them,
so you might just kind of share with them what that really is going to look like. In terms of a note to David, when we get to I think potentially the final approval of this house, that I believe we still have the option to indicate to the building department about dust control and hours of construction and that kind of thing. So if you could kind of just make a note that we don't forget to talk about that. The pool fencing, I'm assuming this requires some kind of pool fencing thing, and we haven't seen that yet. So when you come back, maybe you could share that with us and what that material might be and how high and where is it and so forth. I think that's it. I think that the stone pavers and color, I'm not sure whether you had that in your palette yet, but we'll want to see that. And then lighting, and I sense where you're coming from, the lighting. So the only other comment is you might consider some maybe low-level lighting here, depending on how you solve this problem, so that if someone is coming down there, they can kind of get a little bit of glimpse, and maybe it doesn't have to be much, just a little short piece that kind of puts a little bit of light on whatever that element might look like. That might be a way to address some of that issue. So that's my comments. So the chair would look for comments only, because we can't take a formal action yet. So anyone willing to make a motion?
I'll try. I'll make a motion. Okay, so I'm moving to continue the project to the full board and to come back after the environmental assessment. In general, the comments have been positive. The placement of the residence is well chosen. The landscape is also well done. Certain things to study would be the patio off the bedroom that's along the driveway. Make that a more safe condition, whether using lighting, pulling it back, designation of along the road with plant material. Speaking to the neighbors about the privacy for the pool on the, I don't know which side that was.
It's the west.
West side. Attention to, of course, the construction dust noise during construction.
Does the maker of the motion want to add in just making sure we get a comment about looking at what the pool fencing configuration may be and material?
Right. Yeah, letting us know about the pool 5-foot fencing materials.
And location.
Okay.
And location.
And then just to make sure that we get it into the motion, do you want to make a comment about the acceptability of the general approach to the colors and materials?
I think the board feels positive about the materials chosen, and the colors.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion? Okay. Everybody understand what's on the floor? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So carried. No abstentions. So we'll see you when you're prepared to come back. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any other business this evening?
It was so ironic. 'cause
The
I
chair
always bring
shall
an extra
adjourn
set.
Monday, November 3rd, 2014, Single Family Design Board.